Is there a fly in here?
I didn't hear anything.
I thought I heard like a buzzing.
Maybe it's that motherfucker from the other night.
I can hear the shitty neighbors outside, but the microphone's not going to be picking that up.
Can't hear them. That fly that pissed me off.
The guy next door has like what is it with the barbershop bands? You know what I'm talking about? No, they're the four guys that sing.
Like a quartet?
Yeah, I remember in that episode of Friends where Monica hires the four of them to sing.
Yeah.
And you are quartet. Butt munch. No one likes it. And there's always one person in the barbershop. What is it? Quartet?
I guess it's barbershop quartet, and there's four of them.
Isn't it a cappella or something that they do? Someone in chat will know. A cappella? Is it a cappella?
It's an a cappella. I don't know what an a cappella is.
It's still a quartet, I think you're right, but it's specifically no music. So they always have one of the four people that are in those quartets has a really, really deep voice. Like and they'll do the roar 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 and
baritone, right?
Yeah, I think it's baritone. And the next door neighbor has one of those voices and it drives me up the wall. Like he's just outside on his back porch and you can't understand what he's saying, but you can just clearly hear the roar 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 coming through the walls. You think they're okay?
That was it seems.
I want to check. I'm nervous. I'll be right back. Say hello to everyone.
Hello, everyone. Hey, Falzar. It's too bad you can't stay, but it's okay. How's everybody? Hey, Woogie. Yeah, today was okay. I actually got a few errands done today. I'm happy I can finally get those off my list. They've been on my list for a long time now. So that's always a good feeling. Change my mind. A Papa Roach concert is no good reason to miss the Q&A streams. I agree. I figure too, like, how late can that concert possibly go? Like, I think he should, like, get his ass home and get here. Papa Roach already played, right? That's what he said?
What?
Hellfire is at a Papa Roach concert. So he said he was missing the Q&A because...
Isn't he dead?
Hellfire.
No. Papa Roach.
No, I think he played tonight, so I guess not. Unless one of them is and, they played without him. I don't know.
I thought he died.
I don't think so. You think everybody died, though. You always say that. Anyway, so he couldn't make it. So someone said, it's not a good enough reason. And I said, well, he's actually Googling if he died.
No, is Papa Roach the...
Last Resort. That's the only song I know.
When I need to cut my pizza, I use a plastic fork. Heavy breathing, don't give a fuck if it's carbs that I'm eating. Oh, I thought of a new stupid song for the kids that's so cringy it's gonna make everyone cringe, but it'll make you laugh. You know the hit or miss song?
Yeah.
Hit or miss.
I remember. Unfortunately, I remember.
Guess they never miss, huh? Got a girlfriend, bet she doesn't kiss ya. Alright, so I got when you're changing Kate. Shit or piss. Guess it's never piss, huh? You got a mommy, I bet she doesn't sniff ya.
Oh,
do you like that
man,
one?
I like that, yeah. I'll try to do it justice, but I can't promise.
I thought that up a couple of days ago. I've been meaning to tell you it.
I just changed her, too. I could have used that information about half an hour ago.
Yeah. Anyway.
Never mind, I'd rather be at a Papa Roach concert. He changed his mind.
Oh, no. How is the sound? This is the game that needs to be turned down to negative 28 decibels, if I remember correctly. Oh, she's awake.
There you go. She heard you.
Is the sound okay? Can you still hear us?
This is what I live with.
Yeah, you love it.
This is exactly what I live with.
You love it. Can you all hear baby Kate?
She's pissed.
Is the gamepad not interesting? All right, let's unplug the gamepad.
I think she wants to be social. You want to
Plug
go
it
get
back
her?
in. Why is the gamepad not working? It was plugged in before I started. And let's give her a minute. She might stop.
Because she just ate and she was just changed. So, like, unless she's tired and she doesn't want to sleep or can't sleep. Sometimes she cries because she wants to be social.
Sound is low? Yeah, it might be a little too low. Why is it not... Why does it not like the gamepad? Let me restart it. I can barely hear the game, but it's supposed to be silent. Right? No, you're supposed to be able to hear it a little bit, but it's supposed to be quieter than most other games that we do. Let me turn it up to -23, and we'll see. How loud is the baby? So this stream looks nice and relaxed, so just a few easygoing softball questions. Joe, what are your opinions on climate change, Justin Trudeau, and blackface, and the possibility of presidential impeachment? I don't know enough about climate change to have an informed opinion, so I defer to whatever the majority of scientists are saying. Justin Trudeau and blackface, I know also very little about. I don't. Was it blackface or was it another color face? Seems kind of dumb for him to have done that when he's supposed to be the wokest of the woke. And the possibility of presidential impeachment, I also don't know much about that either. Sorry. Oh, no, now it's working. Okay. Am I a scaly? No, I'm not a scaly.
What's my kink since Joe likes humiliation? I like that Joe likes humiliation.
Okay, we have no gold at all. Alright, so controller seems to be working. How is the sound now that we're moving? Joe, can you get a PayPal so I can give you money? I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
She knew where it was coming from.
I need to set up a new bank account for something, and yeah, I'm working on it. Is this by the guys who made Moonlighter? I don't think so, no.
To destroy it.
See you later, con man. She's really distracting me.
I want to see, like, she might just sit nicely. Sometimes she just sits nicely. If not, she can go back.
She probably won't.
She might. Sometimes she just wants to chill. So let's just try it and see. And if not, she can always go back and then this will just be the same thing.
Are you going to talk in depth about CrossCode in your Best of 2018 video? If that video still happens, then somewhat in depth, but I'm hoping CrossCode will have its own video at some point because it deserves it, but I'm not promising. Oh, you need chat on this screen.
Yeah, I've been reading off yours.
You have to switch to non-mod to get the chat to pop out. It's stupid. I don't know why they did that. It's not the new design either. Hello, baby Kate.
So you gonna sit nicely or what? Come on, don't be like that.
Nope. Nope.
Is Daddy right about you? You're not gonna do it? You're not gonna be nice?
CrossCode is really great. I just get annoyed with all the optional chests and jumping puzzles. I was fine with the jumping puzzles, apart from sometimes it's hard to tell if you're going to be able to get on top of something or not. And yeah, and some of the optional chests don't have anything useful in them whatsoever. They're just another video game reference, which is cute and everything, but you know, you find a Pokemon reference in a chest, and you're like, oh, is this used or something? It's like, no, it's just some cute thing that you get. It's like, okay, was this worth it? You know, so yeah, I agree. Still better than Moon somehow. How's it going, baby Kate?
I think, yeah, can't wait to have kids one day, then join Joe's streams and go, She's cute, though.
If you're quiet, you can stay. But if you're noisy, you're banished.
You just ate, so I know it's not that.
Do you have a burp? Maybe there's a big secret burp. And I am better at burping you than mommy. That's the only thing I'm better at.
The burp whisper.
Let's see if we can get a big burp.
Oh, big smile now.
Is a Nier Automata video still possible in the future? Yep, it's possible, but I'm not promising it. It's possible. If I do it, I'll play the other games in the series too beforehand. And I'll watch the play, and I'll read the graphic novels, cover the baby's ears. I'll watch all the VR porn. Okay, ears are not covered anymore. That's silly. I'll eat something out of the Nier Automata lunchbox. I'll get the full experience, don't worry. Have you played the Devil May Cry series? And if not, would you consider streaming it? I've played the first 4. I haven't played DMC, and I haven't played DMC 5. And I played the first 4 pretty much as they came out. Because I'm that old. Like, not at release day, but within a couple months of them coming out. I'm very interested in watching Joe play the first game. Yeah, maybe we'll stream them. Maybe we'll make a stream thing out of it. But I don't know if I want to do that or not. Some people were and are quite angry at me for playing Nier Automata on stream. Because I was still learning how to stream, and I was balancing reading chat and interacting with it, and getting used to being watched. And there were some times where a lot of viewers thought, well, I shouldn't say a lot, some viewers thought I wasn't paying enough attention to it, and they're probably right, but at the same time, it's like it was new to me, you know? That can still happen, but it happens when I'm not streaming too. Like, I feel like all of the things that you can miss in a game, that Twitch chat collectively hasn't missed anything, because, you know, it overlaps, so it's fine. There's always going to be someone in chat that noticed something or got something, so collectively it's like, oh, if there's something to miss, then there's always going to be someone who's like, you missed this or anything. And to some extent, that's a good resource to have, but it can be a little daunting. I'd love to see Joe play Bayonetta 2, especially if Bayonetta 3 comes out. Yeah, I really like to play Bayonetta 2. That's high on my list of games to play right now. Hey Joe, I don't really have a question. I just want to let you know I really appreciate your review of Return of the Obra Dinn, specifically how firm you were about spoilers. I decided to play it first, and it's definitely one of my favorite games now. Here's to hoping it spawns more games like it. That's good. I'm glad that you enjoyed it so much. It's definitely a magical experience. Nier Automata is a game about making you feel a certain way. Streaming can seriously that experience? Change that experience? Maybe. See, I disagree with you. I don't really think Nier Automata is about that, but maybe that's because I streamed it. So maybe when I play it again without streaming it, maybe I'll feel differently and I'll agree with you. But right now, I don't really agree with that. I felt like it had some really strong moments, and I enjoyed the narrative of it quite a bit. But to me, it's a fairly standard game. You know, like, it's not that special, apart from just having a story that isn't complete dog shit like in most video games. Is a Danganronpa video possible? Yes, but I don't know when. Any new anime in your life? Mainly asking for your new waifu. There's no new anime in my life. No. Not at all. The director of the game literally said that, so at least there's something to do. Yeah, but directors... Okay, well, first of all, I can't remember his first name. Is he Yoko Taro? Can he speak English? Because if everything's being translated for him, like, I recently read an article about Kojima that it's like it's not always clear what they're saying, but like even if he can, like, directors, they say bullshit all the time, you know, like. I would say that most directors are going to say something like that about their story-heavy games, that they're trying to make you feel something, right? That's the goal of stories that are more than just like pulpy fluff. Hey Joe, I was wondering if you had any recommendations for older games that flew under the radar. Not off the top of my head. There was a cool experience I had recently with the Hollow Knight devs. Were talking about an NES game that they really liked, that spawned the idea to do Hollow Knight, which was called Faxinadu, something like that, on the NES, and it was a really cool experience for me because I had played that when I was a kid, and I was reading the article and I'm like, what the hell is this game? And then I googled it, and it brought up the cover, and I was like, oh, it's that game. It's the game with the tree. And I was like, I remember playing that when I was a kid, and that game was pretty cool. It was really hard, but it was pretty cool. And I was like, oh shit. So that was a fun experience for me having that. There are a bunch of old games that I played a lot. I've been playing games since I was 4 or 5. So it started with the NES. Star Tropics is a pretty cool game for the NES. All of the Mario games, obviously. Crystallis. God damn, I'd have to... Like, I don't have my NES and my Super Nintendo anymore. Or my N64, or my PlayStation. When my parents got divorced, my dad went back to Britain, because I'm British. I was born in Britain, and we moved to Canada. Then we moved back to Britain. Then we moved back to Canada again. And when my parents got divorced, how old was I?
18.
18.
When they divorced, it was the same year we got together.
My dad took pretty much all of my games back to Britain with him because they were PAL. If you don't know anything about that, PAL is the Europe. I think it's Europe. I think it's all of Europe, and the US and Canada are on NTSC. And I think it's not just games. I think that's something to do with the TVs that were back then. Like, I don't really know what the distinction is. PAL is Australia too. Okay, then I think it must be something about... I think it also might be the electricity. There's a different frequency of electricity that they use in Britain compared to Canada, which seems weird to me. Like, I don't know why that would be, but it is. Like, whenever we needed to plug in something from America into an outlet in Canada, in Britain, we needed an adapter, and vice versa. So it might be something about that. It must be the hertz rate or something. And is it right to say hertz rate, or is it just hertz? Never mind. Anyway, so yeah, he went back. He took all of that with him, even though we had adapters, because he's like, it's PAL, you can't use it, and he basically just stole, a lifetime worth of games for me. I'm still a little upset about it, actually, because I would like to have all those things right now. I do have some of the NTSC games, but those were the rare ones. So so all my N64 games, almost all my PlayStation 1 games. I didn't have a PlayStation 2 yet. GameCube I got when I came back over to Canada. All my NES games and all my Super Nintendo games, pretty much. Apart from maybe I still have Chrono Trigger and Earthbound, because those were Canadian, bought in Canada. So I haven't been able to look at my collection of old games in a long time because I just can't anymore. We had an Atari STE all around the time that we had the NES and the Super Nintendo, and the Atari STE was it wasn't a games console. It was just a computer that was a keyboard. Like, the processing unit and everything was built into the keyboard. It was quite strange, and it had to plug into a monitor. I don't really remember it all that well, but I think it was. I don't think the monitor was part of it. I think it could have worked with any monitor, but yeah, that's what we had, and you had to put in discs to use it. And there were a bunch of games for that I enjoyed. I mentioned Gods and the Blasphemous stream. Gods was pretty good. I liked that game a lot. I'd like to play that again. I think it's on some sort of retro console now, or it might even be on Steam, or maybe it's on GOG. I don't know. That had a cool intro song. There was a game called Captive that is a first-person kind of dungeon mastery game, but it's sci-fi instead. That game was fun, and also is procedurally generated, which I think might be one of the earliest cases of procedural generation. But maybe that game's not as old as I think it is. I think that might came out in the 1990s, so there must have been more procedural generation before then. But that was an interesting game. You play as 4 androids, and you can like replace their body parts as you go from planet to planet, trying to find the path to a prison where your human character is imprisoned, and you're controlling the robots remotely through this thing that you found after the prison went through some sort of like prison break, but there's no way off, and you're trying to find where you are because you don't know through these robots, and so you can save yourself. It's pretty dated, but yeah, that was fun. Hurts donut. What do you think of the Donkey Kong franchise? I was a big fan of Donkey Kong Country. 2 is my favorite. I don't remember 3 at all. I barely remember 1 and 2 as well, but I just remember that 2 is my favorite. You making noises? You want to say hello? No? If you got here like recently, we have a baby in the room with us, and she's sitting nicely right now, but she's probably gonna have to go soon. I played Donkey Kong Country Returns. I enjoyed that. I played Donkey Kong 64 when it first came out, and I hated it. I thought it was garbage. Didn't like it at all. Definitely low tier on the console. Maybe I should play it again and give it another chance, but I did not like it one goddamn bit. It was really tedious. Didn't control well, especially compared to Banjo-Kazooie and Mario 64. Just not great. But Returns was good. I played a little bit of Tropical Freeze because we got a Wii U when they said they weren't going to make them anymore, and I thought that was decent. I did it for like the first 2 levels, and I was like, oh, this feels even better than Returns, you know? But yeah. Did you eventually get used to Red Dead Redemption's 2 control system and enjoy it? I didn't play it again after that stream. I only did the stream, and that's it. Haven't had time to get back to it. Is Lily answering questions? She's here. If you want to ask a question,
Here,
Lily.
if you have a question, yeah.
Consider doing Donkey Kong Country reviews? Maybe one day. Not sure. Have I played Fallout New Vegas? Yes, I have. It's one of my favorite games. I really like New Vegas. You should get Finn to play Tropical Freeze. Are you interested in Grifflands, Slay the Spire, plus a bit of FTL from Clay? No, I don't really like what I saw of Grifflands. I don't really like that turn-based kind of system. I mean, I guess I'll try it, because Clay usually makes games that I enjoy, but I'm not that interested in it. Hey, Cybercolossus. My question is there a game type or genre that you prefer to be playing right now, or see more of? What's underrepresented for you? I don't know. I kind of want to say that I think that big fantasy RPGs are underrepresented, but I wouldn't want to play more of them right now because it's just life is Witcher. So, but I do think that there aren't as many of those. There aren't many kind of Mass Effect-y games either. So those kind of RPGs. But what I would really like is our big budget, well polished survival games. I like survival games. They're one of my favorites, and I feel like it's just a genre that's just full of shovelware crap that just gets into they just patch it up so it can get into early access. They launch it out, and then the tribe that moves from game to game plays it, and then they just move on to the next one, and that game barely ever gets finished. I would like a proper kind of game like that. Ever played Neo Scavenger? No, but so like that game is kind of in the same area as the game that Mandalore did a video on today, the Unreal World or whatever it was called. They look really interesting to me, but that many options at the beginning is just downright daunting, and I just like, it's such a time investment, and I'm okay with doing a big time investment to get into a game, but I'd rather the time investment be from actually playing the game, not from reading menus and being like, oh, what does this choice do? What does that do? Like god damn it, I just want to play the game. And Neo Scavengers is kind of like that too, So I just I'm a little put off, but I'd like to try them just in case. Ever play Sly Cooper? No, I haven't. I don't know if I'll ever play Ni Kuni. Not sure. Can we turn this into a baby Q&A and get this Joseph dude out of here? Hi, baby. What's your opinion on Trump? What's your opinion? What do you think? What do you think of Trudeau doing silly faces? Not sure. Have you played any of the Borderlands games? If you answered this, sorry, my stream lagged out. No, I didn't answer it. I have played the first one for a little bit. I didn't like it, and I never tried it again. And it was with a friend too. Like we were playing it together, and I was like, "Yeah, I don't feel this. Sorry." Like the shooting just felt really, really bad. We were in some desert area with a town, and we were shooting robots or something, or mutant lizards. I don't know. And then we went into some like fighting arena, and it just felt really bad. Can you do us all a favor and dismiss Fire Emblem as a garbage game line so people stop asking? Sure. Yep. Fire Emblem, having never played a Fire Emblem, it's complete crap. You have bad taste, and you should feel bad. What do you think about CRPGs? Any thoughts on Divinity, Original Sin 2, and Baldur's Gate? Haven't played Baldur's Gate in a long time, but I enjoyed it for what it was back then. I don't think I would enjoy it much now. And I haven't played Divinity, Original Sin, sorry. Everyone wants me to stream that, so maybe we'll stream it at some point. Anyway, we'll field some more questions from chat after we get through the next couple of Patreon questions, and we have to decide what we're doing with Baby. Are you going to hold Baby for a bit?
I'll try and hold her. I don't know if she'll sit. If she doesn't sit, she's going to have to go in the crib because she's due for a sleep, so...
I think you're mistaken about how Neo Scavenger plays. Might want to look it up a video on it. It's actually roguelike-ish. Yeah, I know you restarted a bit, but I watched a Let's Play introduction of it, and there were a lot of options at the start about how you build your character, and if you build your character right, you can kill the werewolf, and if you don't, then you have to run away from the werewolf. But or you have to hit a button and get through a window, and it's just all these choices that are built up from it at the beginning. It didn't seem as daunting as Cataclysm: Dark Days Ahead, which I also want to try, but it did seem like there was a really big entry learning curve thing at the beginning where you have to decide a lot of stuff right at the start that kind of put me off. Like at one time I was playing Dwarf Fortress exclusively for a few months, so like I can get into that stuff. Like I'm capable of doing it, and I will enjoy it eventually, but it's hard to justify that right now. Before we get into the next Patreon question, thank you to... Oh, by the way, this is the... I should give some disclaimers at the beginning, even though we're God knows how many minutes in now already.
Or something.
The stream may end at any moment if one of the kids starts screaming because they got hurt or they need us, or if Baby K is making too much noise. So just be aware of that ahead of time. It's going to be... All these late night streams are going to be like that. Lily and I have decided that we're going to try and do this every Friday. And as long as we can get through these Q&A questions, we will open a new channel in the Discord that is just like the one that's currently there, that only Patreon subs and Twitch subs can see, and it will be for adding questions, so Twitch subs can also take part in the Q&A, and they can leave me a question that we'll get through, and we'll just go through like that every Friday. We'll answer a bunch of questions that have been scheduled. We were supposed to do this more last week. We were supposed to stream on Saturday night as well, but Finn was sick last weekend. So if you're curious why that didn't happen, yeah, he was sick for the first time ever. He had a mild fever, right?
Yeah,
I would say mild.
But still, he's never had a fever before.
Yeah, so we were a little...
We kind of kept waiting for the rest of the symptoms to show up, but
yeah,
luckily he was okay.
It's probably from his vaccinations that he got a week prior. So yeah. And also a disclaimer about the game. I'm not really paying attention to the game. I haven't even played it this whole time, just been reading chat. Do not take my gameplay or my reactions to this game as anything that's worth a shit, assuming that you do anyway on other games, because I'm not really paying attention to it. I'm skipping through all the story sections. I'm just playing it a little bit just to see how it feels while answering questions. I'm not really giving it that much attention, and that's no fault of the game. It's just this is the game I chose to play on the Q&As. With that said, thank you Ingvarfed, Vimes1990 for subbing while the stream was down. Thank you very much. Thank you to Lucid Streamer for resubscribing for 19 months when the stream started, it looks like 28 minutes ago. Thank you, Lucid Streamer. Thank you Frosty Jesus as well for the 21-month resub with an angry sip and a lily. Pretty good.
Thank you for the lily. Sorry, I thought I heard some crying.
Can you have lily tea?
Of course.
Lily tea?
Would it be herbal tea, though?
Thank you, Mython665, for the 3-month resub. Thank you very much, Mython. That's a fun name to say. VRedV for the 11-month resub with the message Yeet. Almost a year. Yeet. There you go. That's a correct usage of Yeet, by the way. I'm hip still. I still got it. What was that about Twitch subs? Could someone repeat that? We're gonna try and set up another Discord channel that Twitch subs and Patreon subs can see, and you guys can leave questions there. That'll be the only usage of that channel, will be to leave questions, because right now it's Patreon only. So we'd like to do that. So on Patreon, you get, for $3, you can ask 2 long questions and as many small questions as you like. It used to be 3, but it turned out to be too many questions for us to handle. And like Twitch sub is more than $3, so for you guys. So it seems right to me that you guys should be able to ask a question or 2 as well. So we'll try and make that happen. Thank you to Dashaway22 for the 6-month resub. Glad to see you around regularly again. Hope you and the family are doing well. We're doing okay. It's not an easy time, but there's nothing bad happening. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's stressful, but yeah, we're doing fine. Thanks for asking, Dashaway22. Hope you're doing well as well. Oh, English. And thank you, Top Lolly, for 2 rounds of 21 bits for some reason. That's a weird number. Thank you, Top Lolly. Alright, let's actually start the game, and Lily can read the first question. Oh, good luck with that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hold on, sorry. First of all, is it too loud or too quiet? If it's too quiet, I don't really care. I can turn up a little bit, but is it too loud? It's good. It's good, it's good, it's good. Okay, let's do the first area again, because I forgot how to play in a week. Volume sounds fine. Okay, go ahead, Lily.
Nauseated.
Oh no.
Feverish.
Okay, I can hear that and I don't like it.
Unsettled from the incremental rise of the corruption. No longer were even they immune to its ill effects.
Okay, so you have to switch between characters because they get corruption fatigue. Okay, I understand. All right, now go ahead.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. Yeah.
You're really, really, really sure?
I'm sure.
Okay, I'm going to say this wrong, and I'm really, really sorry. But I want to say Ryusei or Ryusai. A. So I'm not sure if either of those is even right, but I tried. Hey Joe, I just want to say that your videos have been a really great inspiration, that I want to start looking at games at a different perspective and try to go more in depth, learning myself why I don't like a particular game when everyone seems to enjoy it. I might post my first review on Discord should I get to finish it. Now to my questions. So
sometimes the questions have mistakes in them, and it's a little hard to read smoothly when there's a mistake you have to correct for it, because we don't correct them before they go up. They'll play on the screen, and I might make a couple corrections here and there. It just doesn't feel right. But yeah, don't like feel bad if there's ever a mistake in a question. We can adjust. It's just I just want to explain.
And you get the gist of it anyway,
Yeah.
even if there's a word missing or it's kind of in an odd order or something. Questions. Will you be willing to make more videos that isn't exactly game analysis, like how games will age with time or something similar? Your short video on subjectivity in horror games were really interesting, as well as your short introduction about product versus art on your review about Hollow Knight and the experience on Little Nightmares. Those last 2 videos are my top favorites that I watched both at least 8 times already.
Wow.
And is one of the first video in your channel I'll watch before going through all of your videos. That's the question. So will you make more that are not strictly on analysis, that are more on topic, I guess?
Mm-hmm. She's just going to town on her scratch mittens, huh?
Yep, she likes to kind of suck at them a little bit.
Yeah, she's going
Well,
nuts.
she wants to suck her thumb, but she scratches herself, so I can't take them off.
So I'm really surprised that those are your favorite, because most people, and this is hard to judge because I've never really polled the community or anything like that and asked like, hey, like what's your favorite video or anything, but most of the videos I get feedback on that are like, hey, I really like this video are the bigger ones, the God of War, the Fallout, the Witness. A big standout for a lot of people are Soma and Edith Finch. They really like those videos that go through a story more than gameplay. In fact, for a little while there, I saw a lot of internet comments that were made on Reddit and stuff, and it was weird and surreal to see a lot of people say like, Joseph Anderson only focuses on gameplay mechanics. You know, he doesn't care about stories at all. He's just this pure mechanical YouTuber that only focuses on game systems and everything, and I really don't like that. And then in the same thread below that, it'll be Joseph Anderson only focuses on stories and narratives, and I really wish he would do more stuff about game systems and mechanics. And it's kind of like it depends on what videos that you've seen, you know. Like there are some videos that do have both, but usually it's you know, there's a split focus, usually depending on the game, if the game has one or not. So it's hard to gauge, you know, because very few people have watched every single video. In fact, we could probably get a minimum number of all the people that watched every single video, because the ActRaiser video has, I think, 40,000 views. So there are only 40,000 people that have watched every single video. But most of the videos, I'm guessing that there's more people, you know, a significant amount of people that have watched most of the videos. Yeah, most people that tell me they like the videos, you know, they don't really talk about those ones. I'm a fan of those ones. I thought that they made the points well. The horror video wasn't really received all that well. The subjectivity video wasn't received all that well compared to most either, but they were both successes. Like, I don't think there's been any video on the channel that has been anywhere close to a failure. There are some videos that I think could be done better. Those aren't some of them, I don't think. Well, I should clarify there. Every video could be better, but, you know, significantly better, enough to go back and ever consider going back and changing it, you know? Like, I would consider going back and fixing the Dark Souls series at some point, because that was the first video that I ever did, you know, and it has a lot of problems. Everything before The Rise of the Tomb Raider has a bunch of audio clipping that I really hate. It stands out real hard when you play it on speakers, but it doesn't show up really when I used the headset back then when I was making it, and it really bothers me in the Darkest Dungeon video especially. But yeah, I would say that most of the problems that I get from feedback that I get from the horror video are the fault of the audience not reading the title of that video, whereas most of the problems the feedback that come back from the subjectivity video are legitimate, and it could be done better. That, you know, there were things that could have been more clear. I probably shouldn't have went with the exaggerated example at the beginning because it didn't land as well as I thought it was going to, but for the most part I would say that they were successful. You know, I don't consider them failures, but they're still not the most talked about and the most like, hey, positive reaction that I get. There are some videos like that planned. I would really like to talk about difficulty in games. I even had a script written, but Patreon gave me enough feedback and I was like, yeah, I should probably rewrite parts of this again. That was actually a video that was written, most of the script was written by, I'm not going to say which website because I don't know if I'm allowed to. I didn't sign anything, but I'd rather not risk it. But about, I think maybe a couple months before we moved to Moncton, so a year and a half ago, I was contacted by a site to make a video series for them, and they were going to pay me per video. It's quite a significant amount of money too, and I wrote the script for them on difficulty in games, and it was right around Christmas, I think, and I sent it to them, and, you know, it took them a long time to get back to me, and I thought, like, you know, there was a deadline for it, and I got the script to them before the deadline, and then they didn't get back to me until after the deadline, and it turned out that this was going to be a lot more of production than I thought it was going to be. You know, even with the significant amount of money that they were paying, it was like, you know, like, they're going to get all the ad revenue. It's going to go on their channel instead of mine. It's probably going to be good for, like, publicity and maybe some legitimacy, but this is turning into a much bigger production than I thought it was going to, and the Witcher video was already hanging over me, so I was like, sorry, I'm gonna pass on this. You know, before we get into legal paperwork and everything, you know, I'm having second thoughts. I'm gonna stop. And that was one of the scripts that I wrote for them, and I tweaked it, and I went through, I think, 2 more iterations before it went up on Patreon, and apparently it's still not there yet. There were some people that, wow, you're just really loud, Kate. There's some people that made some really good points in the Patreon comments. I was like, yeah, okay, this should get another pass, and I think I could probably expand it because some of the points weren't expanded enough because there was a hard word limit and a length limit that the website wanted, and I was still working within that limit. You know, I was trying to keep it in with that limit when I still tweaked the script. I was like, nah, I think I can do this better, and that was on difficulty in video games. And if you are a patron, you saw that script. That's the death of the developer script, and it's all about, you know, like kind of taking the concept of death of the author and putting it on video game systems, specifically with difficulty and the different types of difficulty, and should games have easy modes, that sort of thing. So yeah, I like that script, and I thought it was decent, but I think it could still be better. So that's one of them. I would really like to talk about in a video, can art age? Like, can be something be good for its time? Because I've had some discussions with people that I consider very intelligent who disagree with me on this, and I just think it's baffling. It's baffling that you could ever think that all art should be held to modern standards instead of taking it under like the era that it was made. And I'm not talking about anything close to political here, like the climate, the cultural climate it was made. I'm talking about like the technological climate that it was made. You know, like when cavemen made their first paintings, if that even is true that they made those first paintings, you know, I don't think we should be able to look back and go, oh, this is shit. Wow, where are these all these colors that we have now? Stupid fucking smelly cavemen. Wow, you are just fucking so like that's just insane to me. You know what I mean? Like we should. We should take it under consideration, you know, when things were made. And the same thing goes for video games, same thing goes for movies. You know, like, we can look at something and be like, this is bad for now, but back then this was great, you know? And there have been people, like I said, I consider to be very intelligent and have really good points on games that have said, no, this is bullshit. You know, it's if it was shit back then it was always shit, and I just cannot agree with that. So a video on that would be pretty good, because I feel strongly about it. But also, I would like to do videos on things that aren't video games, shock and horror. I even wrote a fair amount, and I would like to go back and finish it. Or maybe it is finished. I've written so much now, I can barely remember. But there was a video I was making on the Haunting of Hill House Netflix show. Lily and I even read the book. So I would like to make that video. But I've learned over the past year and a half, maybe 2 years, I lost track of time a bit, that it matters a lot what you put on the channel, and if you get too many duds in a row, the channel can just die. Like, there are channels that have millions of subscribers, and I don't mean they have a million, I mean they really do have millions of subscribers, sometimes 4 or 5 millions of subscribers, that their new videos get less views than mine do. And I do not have anywhere close to 1 million subscribers, you know. In fact, I'm still a fair ways away from 400,000 last I checked. So if you, this is from trying to focus on getting a lot of content out, probably because you get used to a certain level of ad revenue when you do a new video, so it becomes more important to get more content out than it does to have good content out. Not that the content is bad, I'm not accusing anyone of like rushing content out, but it's not content that the audience really wants to see, and it's just like a death of 1,000 paper cuts of, you know, just, okay, well, every single video is getting fewer and fewer views and less watch time than the ones before it, so YouTube, the algorithm sees your channel as going downhill, so it stops sending out notifications for your new videos. So that can happen quite easily by accident, even if you're working harder than ever. So it's this, you know, tug of war thing. So then it's like, okay, we'll just put them on a different channel and you can have more freedom. And then it's like, yeah, but that's taking away from main video time, you know? So yeah, it's difficult. I keep hoping that we're going to get to the point where we're not going to be like that and beholden to anymore. And we're probably there, but there are things that I want to set up first before I can just take that risk and just be like, I'm just going to make videos on whatever the hell I want now, instead of trying to appease my 3 reasons for doing something. And that is, do I think I have a lot to say about it? Will people want to listen? And is it something that I will enjoy? Because I never go out of my way to play a game that I think I'm not going to like. Even with Darkest Dungeon, you know, I thought I was going to like that. In No Man's Sky, I wasn't sure. So that's like my middle ground, you know. It's not going to be something like I'm really excited for. It doesn't have to be that. But at the same time, it can't be something I know I'm going to dislike, you know. Those are my rules. But we'll see. I kind of waffled there. I'm trying to think of any other topics I would like to do
But there have not been many customers lately.
videos on. Probably a lot of story stuff. I would like to do like just a video that looks like videos that look on just like one mechanics or just systems instead of having to do the big we're looking at the whole game. But again, that's not what the audience mostly wants, so it's the same problem as the other ones too. But I'm glad that you like those kind of videos. I feel like some of the past videos, maybe even the new ones, have it too. I used to watch the videos back way more than I do now because my time just goes to just nonstop being Geralt right now and being even more of a dad than I was before. Because back then it was just Finn, and now we have Leo and Kate. And having a house is much more time consuming than having an apartment. There's a lot more to do there. But yeah, I used to watch the videos back quite often to see like, okay, well, what works, what doesn't. You know, I was very much a my own audience for trying to figure out what I liked and what I didn't like, and I don't really do that as much now. And I'd like to return to that. But I feel like the older videos had more sections like what you're talking about, where I will dive into a concept for like a few minutes, maybe even 10 minutes. And that doesn't really happen as much with the newer videos because it's so much focused on the game itself. Or I don't want to repeat myself from prior videos, even if it matches. So I don't know, but I could be wrong there.
As the refugees waited, anxious to continue their
Uh-oh. Do you want to go check on him?
Yeah. I'm calling you. I don't know.
Alright, I'll take the baby.
Take her and try and put her in the crib because, like, she might sleep. She's eaten. She's been changed. Like, she's burped again while I was holding her. Like, she should be good.
Okay, so, sorry, Ryu, we're going to come back to your second question in a second. I need to go check on the kids. Oh, I need to pee, too. That's great.
Oh, good. Multitask.
It all works.
Okay, I'm still here. So, hi. It's hanging okay. How are you guys, okay? The real stream begins. Aw, look at the lilies. Thank you, guys. Thank you for spending your Friday night with us, if it is your night. When will you take over the channel? Who says that I haven't already? I am the flower behind the man, right? 5 a.m. is still kind of Friday night. Sort of, if it's a really late night. No, I can't run them in a circle. I'm scared to touch anything and mess it up. I don't like shrimp because I don't really like seafood. I've tried it several times and I just don't like it. I don't like the texture and I don't like the smell and I don't like the taste. I wish I did. Do I secretly watch anime behind Joe's back? I think I probably watch less anime because I don't even watch all the streams that have anime in them. So technically, I probably watch even less. Can I make him play Noida again for the next Q&A? Maybe. If it's a Q&A like friendly kind of game, maybe.
Fen was being a dick.
Knowing that one day Lily will take over the channel, it fills you with determination. Which kid is my favorite? I have, there's a little bit of favorite in all of them. They're all my favorite for different things. Yeah, okay. So you're back, so we can continue with the questions we were going, and then we'll come back to you guys, so we don't mess up too much. The progression thing here.
Yep, sure, go for it.
You're done with that one, right?
Yeah.
What are your favorite game mechanics that you think is not that not that well explored upon, and why? Name at least 2, and it has to be something that you haven't brought up or explained in depth in your videos. There's criteria on this one.
This is like an essay question, right? It's like something that you'd get in class.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man. Oh man. Okay, so this is hard for me to answer because I don't really think of things much on a mechanical level. I think more of systems. So I could be, this is pointing to things that I've said in videos, so I'm going to cheat for a second, but I think that most games don't have very good end games exploration of their systems, like games like Stardew Valley, that sort of thing. They don't go as far as I think that they should. Same with Path of Exile. And in fact, almost every game I feel runs out of steam, and they don't go the way that Terraria and Celeste do when it comes to really exploring where they can go. Hollow Knight as well, but Hollow Knight just has so much content that it does a good job. But in terms of, I don't think I said this in the video, so I think I can, even though I made a video on it, I think this still meets your criteria. I think the axe throw mechanic in God of War wasn't really taken nearly as far as it could have been, and it could have been explored more with some more puzzles. I was really disappointed. I think you can even see this in the stream when I saw something to throw the axe in. I threw the axe through a hole in the Elfland in Elfheim, and I was really disappointed that there wasn't this mechanic where you had to time the recall on it properly in order to hit something at the right time to solve a puzzle. So that sort of thing. And now baby is crying. Uh-oh. Maybe this is going to be over. I don't know.
We didn't even get through one question.
We didn't even get through one question.
One person.
Let's see. She might fall asleep.
She's not hungry. It's not the hungry cry. She's either tired or she's annoyed that she can't stay in here. But she doesn't want to sit nicely either, right?
No, she doesn't want to sit nicely.
Let's see. She hasn't slept in hours, right? So she might sleep.
Yeah. Yeah, you also have favorite game mechanics instead of game mechanics that are going to be disappointing. Like, if it is a favorite game mechanic, I think it's probably going to be fairly explored. You know what I mean? So it's difficult to think of them. Really like hook shots. I think hook shots aren't explored all that well in almost any game that has them. Thinking of Uncharted right now. Zelda. Zelda also has the mirror shield. I feel like mirror shields aren't expanded all that well, and it's a shame because the mirror shields are just, you don't have to equip the mirror shield for it to work. It's just an upgrade that's just baked there right on your character. And it's like, oh, cool, this is something that works really, really well. So that would be one, because I really like the mirror shield. That meets your criteria completely. Iframes in Hollow Knight aren't used as well as they could be. In fact, I think that those kind of defensive maneuvers aren't used that well in most games that have them. They could be used much better and could be expanded upon. Sekiro gets closer to it, but I think Sekiro doesn't do as good enough of a job at it. Sekiro, I really enjoy the should you jump, should you dash away, should you dash into the enemy, should you do a perfect parry, should you just run away, should you do a hook grab. I spoke about this in the Blasphemous streams, but I'm guessing that most people didn't hear me talk about it there because they haven't watched all the Blasphemous streams.
Should I take her and put in the bus now?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe that'll be done.
If I turn the light off downstairs, she might I do that sometimes at night. I turn the light off. I leave the one light on and I turn the other light off.
So that system doesn't really work that well, but I don't know if that counts as a mechanic. That's a system to me, not a mechanic. So I view a mechanic as an individual thing. Some people might disagree with this, but this is one of the things that isn't really nailed down that well in gaming terminology. There isn't much of gaming terminology that is nailed down at all, actually. So it's not an exceptional thing. It just isn't there yet. The vocabulary we have isn't right for it just yet. But I would say that getting a character to jump is a mechanic. It's a jump mechanic. But some people might disagree and call that a system. And then like the I would call a system of moving between a level with all of the jumping and the running and all that would come together to make a system. But I've seen people refer to that as a mechanic, and it's opposite for those people. I view mechanic as just an individual thing. So that collection of all of them for Sekiro for that defense system, it's a system, as I just slipped in there. So I would say that is definitely a contender if it qualifies as a mechanic enough for you. I think the jumping in Star Tropics is a cool idea that could be done more with. So Star Tropics has this grid-based movement where I think his name's Mike. I think the main character's name is Mike. And as you move between tiles, but there's no tiles visibly on the ground except for jumping tiles. It just looks like a normal top-down Zelda thing. But as you move from left to right, up or down, you can turn. So like, say you move left, you can then hit down on the D-pad, and he will face down while moving to the left still, and you can like smash the attack button and like move while you're strafing, kind of. And it's a little awkward at first, but once you get used to it, it's really cool. And it has that same kind of system with jumping too. It's not used all that well. Like, Star Tropics is not a great action game, and it's not a great combat game, but it's memorable to me because it's one of the first games I ever played. And I don't know if you could do anything different with that. I don't know if it's even possible. But yeah, that was a cool system. And you would jump between tiles in that game, and you could only move one at a time. So it had this kind of this rhythm to it as you were moving with jumping along these tiles over and over and over again. And again, while you were in the air, you could turn, and because the jumps were committed between tiles, you could attack with your yo-yo kind of thing. And I enjoyed that in that game too. When you weren't jumping between tiles, your jump would only send you up in the air, so you couldn't even jump forward or in any direction unless there was a tile to launch the committed jump onto. So that's another one I would like to see more of, if it's even possible. Like, I really like that system, but I said system again. I really like that mechanic, but I don't know if there could be more done with it. When I read some of these questions ahead of time, and last week I read this one, and I had another one in mind, but now I can't think of it. I think I went through my Steam list and I was like, oh yeah, that one. But now I can't think of it. Someone in chat said parries in Hollow Knight. I would agree with that, and I don't think I said that in the video. I like the parrying in Hollow Knight. I used it quite a bit, especially on Hornet and Pure Vessel. But I wouldn't consider the parries in Hollow Knight to be particularly good. It seems like there's a lot of risk for very little reward. It felt like a good way to buffer some of your attempts at avoiding damage instead of being something that you could reliably use. It also seemed kind of inconsistent to me as well. Now Finn is crying.
I was just there. They were fine. She stopped crying when I put her in the bassinet. She's gonna sleep.
Just give him a minute. He might stop, but usually when he starts calling that, he won't stop. But, every so often he does. Good night. Maybe there's something in like the Surge or something like that. Climbing in Breath of the Wild could be done better. I wish there were more things that you could learn. There was going to be something, I had this in the video and then I cut it. I was going to say that there should be a, maybe I did say this in the video actually, a little timing challenge that after you do the leap jump while you're climbing, that you can hit a button and not lose as much stamina. So you can climb at the fast speed, but at the slow stamina rate, because you climb much faster in in when you're jumping, but it costs more stamina. So you can climb further if you do the slow speed, but if you do the fast speed, you can't get as high, but you just get there faster. I think maybe I did say that in the video. There was another idea about there being things that you can grab on the way up that regain some of your stamina, so you have to like plan out strategically the path that you can take up to the side, like maybe some sort of like Skulltula thing that you can grab on the way up that will regain some of your stamina or something like that. Like that could be interesting, but I don't know if that would work. Might make it even more tedious to get around, you know? I can't think of anything else, sorry, that aren't systems. I really liked like in the way ActRaiser works between the two different sides that you move between the games. But that's definitely a system thing. That's definitely not a mechanic. Let me pause it and let me look through Steam real quick. I think there was something I saw there that I wanted to talk about. Big ol' Steam list. Crosscode has special moves. I haven't made a video on Crosscode, so I get to cheat my way in here. Crosscode has special moves that I think are really satisfying to use, but they aren't as good as they could be. And there was a lot of time spent into the different animations for the special moves, and I think that it wasn't really worth it. So Crosscode has a melee attack, a ranged attack that you can seamlessly switch between. It's really, really cool. But it also has this sort of stamina adrenaline system that you build up charges, and then you can use a big special melee move or a big special range move that does a lot of damage all at once, and it just feels like something that you just build up to and then just dump instead of using it more strategically like you could your other moves. There's a lot of planning to do or really quick reactions to do with your dodges or your twirls or whatever you want to call them in that game, when to time your attacks, when to switch over and do a ranged attack. There's a lot of optional complexity in that too, with ricocheting your shots and to do more damage and to hit enemies that while being safe from them. But the special moves seem to just be something that you just dump and forget about. So I would like to see that expanded on, even though they do feel quite well when you do use them. Someone in chat is saying that I kept forgetting about the shield throughout the whole game. Yeah, you don't really use the shield that much either, but you can perfect parry with the shield, and I like that. I used that quite a bit, and that felt decent. But again, that could probably be done better too. The feedback on the perfect parry didn't feel right, especially with bosses. I think the monkey boss was the best example for that, where it would fly at you and you could hit shield at the right time to get a parry, and the monkey would just continue flying through you and just continue doing the attack, so you could easily just dodge it. So it just felt like, are you choosing to show off here by parrying this monkey that you get absolutely no reason for doing it? So maybe some sort of damage boost that you get for getting a perfect parry, I don't know. But I think there's quite a few people that might have played Crosscode that don't even know you can parry like that. I can't remember if it's taught to you or they learn it and then they immediately forget it. So those are two things in one of my now favorite games that I think could be done much better, and I think those count as mechanics. The guns you get in Gungeon, I could talk about that for a while, but that's more of a system. I think that's it. I think that's all I can say. I waffled on for a while. I tried to think of a couple things. I think I got a few of them. But yeah, I think that's it. She is really upset. See, this is what I thought it was going to be like last time. but it's not. Anyway, did Ryu have anything else to say?
Thank you so much for being a great inspiration for my future career as a game designer. Your videos help more than I actually care to admit.
Don't listen to me, dude.
To be frank, before stumbling upon your videos, I was quite naive about video game development, thinking that the reviews don't matter. But your videos make it glaringly obvious about how wrong I was.
Oh, that's a nice thing to say. I think you can definitely get something out of the videos, but Definitely don't take them as any word of authority or gospel or anything. And I'm not talking about just mine either. Like any other video that's like mine, like get what you can out of them, but when they're wrong, they're going to be really wrong. And yeah, but I think that the videos like the ones I make, you know, the ones that Matthew Matosis makes, that kind of block that we have, are definitely more worthwhile than most of the reviews that you can get on big sites. But that's not really a criticism of the big sites, the writers that are doing it, the reviewers themselves. It's the format. You know, we get to take our time and we can spend as much time as we want to get these videos done, within reason, of course. We don't have unlimited, infinite time, but those reviewers don't have that luxury. But I think that we can offer a little bit more to designers that want some more evidence-based feedback. But still, we're primarily aimed at players, not the designers. So I would say that if there is anything that you can get out of it, it's like accidentally great, then all the more for it.
She might be hungry.
It sounds like she's hungry. Okay, you want to go?
Let me go and see what's going on.
Okay.
If I'm gone extendedly, then I'm feeding her.
Okay,
so.
I'll move on to the next Patreon question if you're gone for a while. But for now, I'll take some questions from chat, and also say thank you to Popsicle Daydream for the 22-month resub. I just want to say that Noida stream was great. Yeah, I had a good time playing that. That was one of our best streams in a while for just crazy moments. I had a lot of fun, and I would like to play that again sometime soon. I don't think we'll ever have another stream as good as that though with Noida. I think that was just the perfect mess of just some really crazy situations and not knowing what's going on. So I think that we are done with that level of quality with Noida, but it should still be fun. I'd like to try it again. We almost played it tonight, but I figured it might be a little too hectic for Q&A stream. Thank you to Salad Tossing 420, interesting name, for the new Sober Prime. Welcome to Primetime Salad Tossing 420. Thank you Sakura 89 for some bits. Not some of the bits. Yeah, thank you for some of the bits. Not all of them. Thank you for some bits. Thank you Holy Moly Cini de Perdoli. Almost said it. Almost got it right. First try. Almost. For the 23-month resub with the message, howdy brothers, howdy holy moly. Hope you're well. I'm gonna die in the game and not paying attention. I'm not paying attention. Hope you're well, holy. And thank you Krimtos, or Krimtos, it's probably Krimtos, for the new sub with Prime. Welcome to Primetime, Krimtos. Or welcome to the Dragon's Den. Lily's not here to give you a claw fist, sorry. What's your biggest unpopular gaming opinion? Probably Mario Odyssey, right? Probably Mario Odyssey. It won't be my biggest unpopular gaming opinion for long, though. I have an even more unpopular opinion coming in the Witcher video. I don't know. Maybe that most horror games aren't scary is more unpopular than or less popular than Odyssey. I don't think so, though. That Odyssey video has way more dislikes. And probably more vitriol. I enjoyed all three Witcher games significantly, but there's a specific thing that I disliked in Witcher 3 that I think is going to be a big record scratch moment for most people who love that game. And it's got nothing to do with the combat. But we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully I can explain it well. What characters would you like to see in Smash? I'm not big into Smash anymore, sorry. The only one that's been rumored that's going to come to Smash that I would enjoy seeing is the puppet from Super Mario RPG. I can never say his name because I never have to say it out loud. It's either Geno or Geno. Probably Geno, I'm guessing. I think that would be cool because I enjoyed RPG. As long as it's not Mallow, the Torah of that game. It's Geno, really? Oh god, that has a negative connotation to it for me. How dare you speak about Geno that way? Sorry. I just rewatched your Undertale video where you said Undertale was more scary than all other games you've played. Well, that specific moment made me more scared than pretty much every other horror game would today. When I was younger and a complete wuss, horror games scared me because the imagery and that situation was unsettling. I think most people are going to feel that way when they first play horror games, and it's not until you play them enough and you die so many times that you realize, oh, okay. I think that even most people who disagree with me on that will at least agree that in something like Alien Isolation, when the alien has killed you enough times, because there were people who were like vehemently against my stance in chat when we were streaming Alien Isolation, and then after like Alina had killed us like 30 or so times, I asked in chat, you know, like, is the alien still scary for any of you here? And like, my memory is pretty bad, but I'm fairly certain that most people said no. Like, it's done now, you know, like, it can't be scary this many times. And just, I've played so many horror games that I'm now just at that stage right away when I start up a game that's like that, you know, like it might get me maybe at the very beginning when I haven't really like learned what kind of game it is yet. Like maybe there is some sort of severe punishment for death or anything. I'm always like kind of like, maybe it's gonna be, maybe it's not. But you know, games like Evil Within, where you know there's a chainsaw guy right at the start. I think he's a chainsaw guy, and you just die, and it's like, okay, you're right back here. It's like, okay, well, this is all the tension is just fucking gone. You know what I mean? So, I just feel like I start there, whereas it takes most players more deaths to get there because they just haven't played as many horror games as I have. It's not like a like, oh, I'm right and you just take time to get there with me. It's just like I just have more experience under my belt with this sort of thing, and I'm just expecting it sooner. Maybe it's because I'm a little more cynical than most too. I don't know. But if we're talking about narratives, then sure. Like, and visuals too. Visuals can be very, very unsettling, and stories can be very unsettling too. Soma is definitely a horror story, and I say so in the video. Like, it's very effective as a horror story. It's quite possibly the most effective horror story that I've seen, at least in a game, maybe period. There's some stuff in Black Mirror that has freaked me out more. I find that horror is much more effective with me if what they're going through is plausible. And I know that sounds kind of out there because, like, you know, like how the fuck is any of that plausible? But you know, there's a difference between scary ghost Freddy Krueger man. You know, like there's no fucking way. Like, this is just not happening. But you know, stretching it out significantly enough, Soma could happen. You know, like that is actually possible. You know, like, it's highly unlikely. Same with all the Black Mirror stuff. It's kind of possible, and that makes me think, you know? That gets to me a little bit more. Scariest episodes of Black Mirror? Probably White Christmas, and to some extent White Rabbit, but probably White Christmas got to me the most. My favorite Black Mirror episode, I've only seen the first 2 seasons. My favorite Black Mirror episode is the Merits one, because it speaks to me as a YouTuber. It's eerily like the most plausible out of all of them, and you have to accept that there's some metaphor being used with the way that they like the job is to go on an exercise bike. You know, it's not literally an exercise bike. You have to. It's just the daily grind, and that's what it is. It's literally a grind. Like, you have to accept that it's not actually just, hey, go in this arcade and pedal and that's your job. But yeah, that one's probably my favorite because it just speaks to me like really clearly. But yeah, White Christmas is probably the scariest one. For the last scene, just the last thing that happens, and no, it's the second last scene, isn't it? The last scene is with John Hamm. The second last scene, I think, is a scary one. If you've seen it, it's what the police officer does in the second last scene. Just kind of it's just thoughtless horror, you know what I mean? Like, it's just vindictive, thoughtless horror, and it's like, yeah, we would totally do that. Like, people would do that. That is something a human would do. No doubt in my mind, that is something a human would do. And yeah, that really got to me. Anyway, sorry, any other questions in chat? Do you get more interested/invested in indie games and AA games rather than big AAA releases? Thank you for introducing me to Slay the Spire, by the way. It's one of my favorite games and has eaten away too much of my time. Oh, that's cool. I'm glad that I was able to introduce you to a game like that. Usually when I play those games, everyone's already, like, had their fill. So, yeah, it's fun. I wonder if anyone was introduced from, like, to FTL because of me. Or Terraria. I felt like I was the last people in the whole world to play those games, so that would be cool. Yeah, I'm glad that you're liking it. Slay the Spire is really fun. I enjoyed it. I don't know if I would... I don't really think of games that way. I just think of it more as managing expectations with indie and AA and AAA. I will say that I'm much harsher when it comes to AAA. For starters, I view it as price. I don't buy this like, oh, well, this was only made by 50 people, but so you should manage your expectations accordingly. My expectations are managed by how much the price tag is. So if it's AAA price, but they had a team of 50 people instead of 500, I don't give a shit. Like, if you're charging AAA price, I expect AAA quality. That's how it is. You know, indie games don't cost indie dollars. You know, it's the same amount of money. Of course, from a more critic, like, dare I say, objective standpoint, it is better to keep that in mind when it comes to, like, thinking how things work. But when it comes to value for money and what to expect in terms of polish, like, it's all about the money value for me. It's nothing about the team size. But yeah, I guess I do get more interested and more excited for indie games because I feel like they're more creative. A little while ago, I went incognito and did some judging for a game jam. And I left comments and stuff on a bunch of Game Jam games, and I had a really good time doing that. And there's just so much creativity that can come out of these really quick games that are just thrown together. It's like, holy shit, I can't believe that this is something that was made in 48 hours. You know what I mean? So that was really interesting, and I learned a lot from doing that. And I think that sort of idea spawned into full games is really cool and gets me more excited, because AAA games, and to some extent AA games too, have to play it safer because there's just so much more risk because they cost so much more money. Was it the Game Maker's Toolkit Jam? No, it wasn't. I don't want to say what one it was just in case someone does some Google foo and actually tracks me down. But yeah, I'll say it one day. But no, it wasn't the Game Maker's Toolkit one. Yeah, I had a lot of fun doing that. But yeah, I think that it's a fair thing that wait, what? Fan noise increases. Oh, okay, yeah. Let's leave it the one we have. I think it's a fair, or at least understandable thing that AAA games can't take as many risks, which is why it was so amazing when AAA games do take those kind of risks, like I talk about in the God of War video. Like they made a couple big risks with that, and they really paid off. But yeah, I would like to see games become less expensive to make, and I think part of the reason why they're so expensive is that they're just bloated budgets. They don't have to have budgets that high. Games don't need to have the visual fidelity that they do. And I hate it when people are like point out the hypocrisy or the supposed seeming hypocrisy of gamers, where it's like many gamers will say something like, I don't care about graphics. And then the latest big AAA, like I've said that, and then the latest AAA game will come out, and they'll be like, "Oh, this doesn't look very good. Oh, there's all this problem over here," and that seems like hypocrisy to me, but it isn't, because the reason why gamers will say that and do the other and then say the opposite is because even though they don't really care about graphics, they know that most of the game's budget went into the graphics, so they want to criticize it. And it's like, this is fair criticism, even though I don't really care all that much, because I know that this is where the majority of the budget went to, and it wasn't worth it, man. Like, it still looks kind of off. It looks really weird. So I think that's it. I'm sure there are some people that are hypocrites, you know. Like, not me, though. I'm never a hypocrite. Never, ever. But yeah, I think that AAA games could stand to lose some of their visual fidelity in terms of budget, and if they're a little cheaper, then they can be more creative. I don't find that there is as much creativity in AA games compared to indies. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Is Hellblade a creative game? I don't think Hellblade is all that of a creative game, TBH. it's a worthwhile experience. I had an enjoyable time with it. But is it a really experimental, brave, risky game? I don't think so. Maybe. I don't know. I have to think about it some more, but I don't think so. Need 10 millions for that graphical fidelity of horse pooping. Yeah, and stuff like the testicles shrinking on the horse. Like, does it matter? Like, who cares? You know? Geralt's beard growing out in real time. Does that matter? Does the hair FX matter? Because, like, honestly, I kind of feel like sometimes it looks better turned off. You know? Like, does it really matter? But then you get to Novigrad and it's like, oh man. Like, yeah, this matters, but yeah. I don't know. Talos Principle sometime? Yeah, I'd like to play Talos Principle. Yep. How do you feel about games shipping in terrible states but being improved or even good after release? I really don't like it. I really, really don't like it. A lot of developers are shipping things right now in early access without the early access tag. Not a fan. Not a fan at all.
Something was surely amiss for Noha.
About what you said about earlier combat arts and crosscode, do you think the fact that they are optional contributes to your point, or is that a different point? What do you mean they're optional? Because you unlock them, you mean? Like you don't have to use them? Well, there's lots of things that can be considered optional like that, but I think you are meant to use them. They're thrown in your face quite a bit. I think there's even a tutorial that you have to use it in one of the fights, isn't there? I can't remember. I don't know. I want to say it feels like something that was just thrown on top, but like the animation work in those is just so much work went into that. Like if you took all of them out, I'm pretty sure they could have had at least another dungeon and another boss, maybe even two. And the bosses in Crosscode are beautiful. So like yeah, like all the different modes have their own versions of them, and some of them look really cool. I'm thinking of the lightning ones especially. Like yeah. Do you like the idea of Last of Us having a sequel? Yeah, I think I do. I was a little skeptical, but and I was like, I feel like that's kind of done. But no, I'd like to see more of that. And if it's bad, I can just pretend that it doesn't exist, like I do with a bunch of other stuff, like the last 4 seasons of Dexter and the last 2 seasons of Chuck, and what a lot of people now do with the last season of Game of Thrones. You know, you just use it like, yeah, that didn't happen. Fuck it. It got canceled or it didn't happen, and we just make it its own complete experience. A lot of people like No Man's Sky as it is in current form. Do I think it is good enough for the 80 Australian dollars I paid for it? No. 80 Australian, damn. Yeah, I don't think it's improved that much. It just seems to be more stable and there's a little more to it now. But I will never play that again. There's only one way I'm ever playing that again, and that's if it's a charity stream. Shammy said he'd be down for that if I ever did it, but that was a while ago, so I don't want to say that and doom Shammy when he like that was before he made his re-review. So I don't want to like commit him to that by accident if it ever happens. Hey Lily, how's it going?
It's going. Okay, she ate, so we'll see if that's... She smiled. Oops. Sorry, guys. I just hit the microphone.
Wow.
With my head. She smiled at me, so maybe that's the end of it, or maybe not. Who knows?
Was it an evil smile?
No, she looked happy.
She's a little evil.
She is very evil, but it didn't look that evil.
She's very evil.
Oh, come on. She's more evil than the other two. And Finn started it. You disagree?
I don't know if she's that evil.
Trust me, she's evil.
She's a little evil.
She's so evil, she'll start crying now for no reason. Whereas the other two didn't really cry for no reason.
That's true. That is evil behavior. Because before you can laugh, crying is like laughing, right? And laughing for no reason is classic evil behavior.
Right?
Like if you're just sitting there and you start going...
Someone keeps asking this question. I was watching downstairs while I was feeding her.
Okay.
Hey Joe, I most likely will work on a paper this winter in which I would like to make a case for computer games in literature class. And your Edith Finch video is a great example of what you can potentially do with them. I low-key will do it most likely anyway, but would it be fine with you if I pseudo-cite you? I can't really cite YouTube videos, but I can refer to it.
Yeah, sure. Do whatever you want. And if if you feel like it would be stronger if you didn't cite it, like if you would gain something by not having to cite it, don't feel like you have to either. Okay, I'm fine with that. Whatever you can do to get ahead of the academic game, you go for it, man. And all the best.
A greater enemy, but also a greater reward.
If you're talking about like movies are allowed, but games aren't, I agree. But if it's like a book class, then yeah, I don't know. The medium there.
Another question that keeps getting asked is, do you read any philosophy? If so, do you have an author you particularly enjoy?
God, no.
Yeah.
No.
They've asked it like 3 or 4 times now. So.
No, I don't.
Sorry.
I'm not really into philosophy. Sorry. I took a philosophy class in university, and it was one of the most useful classes I ever took. And I'm very, very grateful and happy that I took it, because that class had nothing to do with philosophy, and it was all about the construction of arguments and how to make a sound argument. And it taught logic like it was math. And I really got a lot out of that. And I learned a lot from that.
Just say can't.
Just say can't. I like Kant.
Children are not really evil. We're just making a joke. She's a sweet girl. It's just, you know.
She's winking, chat.
She's not evil. She's just sometimes a hard baby. That's all. You can't exactly say, "Why are you crying?" You know.
That is philosophy. Well, yes and no. I guess it is, but when most people think of philosophy, like I agree, but when most people think of philosophy, they're talking about ethics, and they're talking about morals and how less to view the world. Maybe I think that's not really valid, but I think most people do think that, you know, like they'll say some saying like eat as much chocolate as you want. That's my philosophy. And it's like, yeah, that's not a philosophy, dude. That's just you being a fat ass. So it's like, but that's kind of the view of what philosophy is, where it is built in arguments and it has to be built in logic and reasoning and getting you there. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But that's not what most people think of, I believe, because they're ignorant of it. I enjoy thinking about those things, but reading about them, I don't know. I was really put off by some of the TAs that we had, the teacher's assistant, and the tone of what they had. We learned about Descartes, and you know, I think therefore I am, and all this other shit, and we have to write a paper on that. And I wrote a paper about it, like a rebuttal to that, which, you know, sounds like pretty hardcore, but and the TA just dismissed it out of hand without even really considering it. And I was really annoyed that happened, because I thought that this was a good argument and it was reasoned well, and it's like, no, this is dumb. And I can't remember the exact wording of it too. It was something about like, to say you think therefore you are is a flawed premise, because what if you're like a record player and your thoughts that you're going through are set in motion, and they've been set forever, and you just don't realize it, that your thoughts are always the same, and you don't basically it was a rough version of saying that what if there's no free will and you're just an algorithm, you know, that's it, that is all there is to it, and this doesn't actually make sense. And the TA just dismissed it and basically called me an idiot. And it wasn't until later that I like read up, and it was like, oh, this is actually a proper like realized rebuttal to this argument. And my TA just shot it down because he just disagrees with it. And I was like, fuck you, dude. Like, I may have gotten invested in this, and now I didn't, you know? So I think he was like really snide about it too. He was like, a record player doesn't think as much as a block of cheese does. It was some really snide bullshit comment. He was a pretentious little asshole too. I really didn't like that guy. He always came in with his fucking Starbucks coffee, and he held it by the lid as he walked around, just sneering at the whole entire class. Ooh, here we are. Yeah.
Because his professor was sneering at him, so he was sneering. It's just like, you know, shit rolls down the hill, right?
I'm not bitter.
I actually want to read a book on philosophy. I found one. I don't remember which one it was, but there was like a compilation book of you know, that looked at multiple philosophers. There was a class we took in high school, that like a world history class that touched on them, and I don't really remember any of it, so I would like to read it and know something.
What would you be more insulted by, being accused of sucking dick or sucking toes? Sucking toes. I think feet people are kind of weird. Sorry, feet people. and I've never sucked a dick, so maybe I would like it. I don't know. You know, if I'm accused of it, it's like, yeah, okay, whatever. I was just trying it out. What's wrong with you? Whereas sucking toes is like that's really out there, you know. So me and my friend had a really fun night a while ago, and I really need to add context to this quickly because where I'm going through this, where we discovered a website. Do I want to say this? Oh my god, do I want to say this? I don't. Okay, I need to preface this by saying I don't know how we got there. Okay, I really don't know how we got there. We have a third friend that will just say just the most random shit ever. You know what I mean? Like he will just be like, you know, just out of nowhere, he'd be like, you know what, guys, suddenly I'm into MILFs. You know what I mean? Like he's that kind of person. He has no filter, and sometimes it's funny, and sometimes it's really a big piss off. And you know, like so so we ended up discovering this website called WikiFeet, and it's basically
I think you told me this.
it's not. I think there is some porn on it, but there's like we didn't see any of the porn. It's just. Okay, to give more perspective about this guy, for a while he like legitimately, genuinely, not making this up, was using a piss bottle because he didn't want to get up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet because he would wake up and he didn't want to lose the sleep. So he would keep a bottle by his bed and he would wake up and piss into the bottle while still laying down, to not have to go to the bathroom. And it's even worse than that because the guy comes from a very wealthy family and he has his own bathroom, like an ensuite bathroom connected to his room. Like he doesn't have to go in the hall or risk having to fucking like there's a line, you know what I mean? Like he has his own bathroom connected to his bedroom, and he still was pissing in this fucking bottle. And this is the kind of guy we're talking about here. And I love him for his crazy shit, but goddamn, he can be frustrating sometimes. Anyway, so like we found WikiFeet, and I'm pretty sure there is porn on it, but it's mostly just celebrity feet. And here's pictures of feet for all the foot fetish people, and it's just like. I was almost jealous. Like me and Weeaboo Bill were like, it's not Weeaboo Bill is the other friend. That Weeaboo Bill is not the piss bottle friend. Like me and Weeaboo Bill were like almost jealous of the feet people because they have this lovingly curated like wiki fucking feet website, you know, with with monthly votes for foot of the month and all this other shit. You know what I mean? Like I'm not kidding. Like, it was just like, what the fuck is this shit? And it's like, yeah, and it's the feet people, man. The feet people have like their shit down. They take it serious.
Just remember what happened in 6 Feet Under, though. That didn't end well.
What didn't end well?
With them writing toe sucker and
Claire?
little piggy and everything on her car, and then taking the dead man's toe or whatever it was, or foot, was it foot? The foot to work?
Yeah,
or
they
to school, and
to
getting, it was just a mess. So see what happens when you get into the whole feet thing and you're not prepared.
6 Feet Under is a great show, by the way. If you haven't watched 6 Feet Under, I highly recommend it.
It's my favorite, like, non-comedy. I love that series so much.
How do we get onto feet? Oh, someone asked if
but,
sucking
so I'm just saying,
toes.
like,
Yeah.
okay, if you're not prepared, you could be Claire.
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, that's my answer to that. But yeah, to get back to the philosophy question, I like thinking about those sorts of things. There's some of that, not as much as there should be, IMO, of thinking about morals and ethics in the Witcher games, especially Witcher 1 and 2, not so much Witcher 3, which is one of the reasons why I'm so disappointed in it. Oh, whoops, said that out loud. But like, there's some TV shows that are good too. Like The Good Place is overtly about it, just in your face, and it's really cool. They even do the trolley problem, which is one of my favorite problems. That I really enjoy that, and season 3 of The Good Place just came out on Netflix, so we should watch that, Lily, when we have some time.
Yeah, I want to see it. I like that one.
So I really, really, really like The Good Place, but one that's more like subtle about it, and by subtle I mean like compared to The Good Place, it's not all that subtle about it. Is I'm watching The 100 very slowly at the moment. And that show starts off pretty bad, and then in season 2 it gets better. And just recently, I think I'm on episode 10 or 11 of the 100, and I and I'm enjoying it quite a bit more now than I did at the beginning of season 2. And that has a lot of like, is this right? Is this wrong? I get annoyed though. I get really mad when a character will make a tough decision and all the other characters just treat them like a complete monster. And it becomes really apparent that even the writers think that they made a really bad decision and they're a complete monster. Whereas I'm sitting there going, no, he was completely justified. He this is what he had to do. You know, like I'm on their side. I feel like am I an asshole? I don't know. And it's just I get kind of angry when shows do that shit where I think that they there's more to it than that. Good old Arthas did nothing wrong when it comes to. Oh God, Lordran? Is it Lordran that he calls Stratholme? It's the calling of Stratholme because there's an instance. I don't think he did anything wrong. Like straight after that, yeah, but I don't think he did anything wrong. But yeah. So there we go. Oh, we're gonna die. Okay, so am I just supposed to wait until I have a dodge charge? Because this is... Oh. Oh, okay. What? Okay, I wish I was paying more attention to the game to know if that's bullshit or not. That feels unwinnable. I don't have... My dodge doesn't come back fast enough to do that. That's weird. Lordran, sorry. It's Stratholme, it's not Lord. Anyway, next question on Patreon before, you know, we've answered one. So, okay, here we go.
Irvin.
Hey, Irvin, how's it going?
Hey, Joe and Lily. Oh, no, you didn't even know I would be here. That's nice. Yeah. Hope that you're doing all right and the time ramping up to your third child has been manageable. Gonna try to keep my monthly questions shorter, hopefully during this busy and exciting period of yours. Know I had a question way earlier on co-op multiplayer games you've enjoyed, and I wanted to ask something similar, but with asymmetric multiplayer games, where the second player has a completely different role than the first. Think less Cuphead, where the second player is mechanically identical to the first, and more Super Mario Galaxy, where the second player uses the remote to shoot star bits. Those are pretty extreme examples. Mario Odyssey's 2-player mode was also pretty engaging for me since the second player independently controls Cappy. So, is that a question?
No.
Okay. Have you had any interesting experiences of asymmetric multiplayer games? I really enjoyed Mario Odyssey's implementation, and it also happens to have a pretty cool assist mode, and I hope that you've been able to take advantage of these features when they're available now that Finn is older. Might make for some fun parent-child gaming experiences. Thanks for answering these questions as usual. Looking forward to the next video whenever it happens to drop.
So unfortunately, I haven't really played many asymmetrical multiplayer games. For some more examples of it, there's I can't remember the game now. Shit. There was one where there's a bunch of players and one of them controls the monster, and the other 3 or 4 control people that are trying to kill the monster. And I remember Total Biscuit covering it, and it seemed very interesting, but I wasn't able to play it. There's probably stuff like. If you want to stretch it, almost anything be considered asymmetrical, considering, I guess it's the options that you have at the beginning, but if you have drastically different loadouts in a PvE game, you know, but like is World of Warcraft asymmetrical? I don't think so. I think that's just the multiplayer game that has the different options. It has to be like round based. I don't know though, maybe it would be. Left 4 Dead is another one, where some people can control the monsters and other people are controlling the survivors trying to get through, and all the monsters had different movesets and everything, and that's interesting. But I haven't really played them. Sorry, I just haven't, so I can't answer. Unfortunately, I'm really sorry. I'm racking my brain right now to see if there is one that I've played and I've just forgotten about it. there's a lot of those multiplayer experiences that I didn't get to play. Like I barely even played Left 4 Dead, and when I did, I only remember playing The Infected once. The group of players I was with then weren't really into it all that much, or the one that was had already played through it, so they were kind of like, I don't really want to play through this again, which is something I understand. Oh no. So that was the sound of Finn making a tower out of Lego and Leo breaking it, right? Or the opposite.
Well, I hope it was Leo breaking it, and I hope Leo wasn't asleep, because he's not now, if that was the case.
Leo has this habit right now of just doing something awful and then saying sorry immediately. So he'll do something he knows was bad.
He sounds so genuine
and then
about
he'll
it
say,
too.
Sorry, Daddy. Sorry, Finn. And just immediately, and he thinks that's fine. As long as you say sorry, it doesn't matter what you did. That's what he thinks.
It's payback for the bees, yeah.
Payback for the bees. Oh no, bees. Yeah, I can't think of anything. Sorry. I do think that asymmetrical experiences are really interesting, and that horror game that's out, which is not really a horror game. That one isn't really straight up isn't really a horror game. It's a multiplayer online game that just had the Stranger Things update where one player is the monster and the other three are people that they're just trying to survive. That looks really interesting. But every single time that I watched someone on Twitch play that, it kind of seemed half baked to me, and it seemed wasn't fleshed out enough. Dead by Daylight. There we go. Thank you, chat. It didn't seem like it was ready or it had enough, but maybe it does now. The only type of game that's close to that I played was Payday 2, but that's not asymmetrical at all, is it? Like that's not a contender. So yeah, I can't say anything else. Sorry, Irvin. If you take part in the next Q&A, like you only use one question out of two this time, but if you take part in the next Q&A, you can have a bonus question if you like. Considering I couldn't give you a good answer to this one. Did you read the message at the end, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I did. If you can scroll just a little bit, because I don't know if that's the full next person or not.
Sure.
If there's anything at the bottom. No, there isn't. Okay. So Kiefer O says, Hey Joe, loving the new format. It's more podcasty than before in a really fun way. Questions are as follows. What are some things the two of you would like to see in a sequel to Stardew Valley?
Ooh.
Personally, I'd love a more fleshed out romance system that allows you to actually fail or succeed based on player input instead of just throwing gold bars at Maru until she loves me.
Do I want to criticize the choice of Maru? Do I want to go there? Do I want to be that much of a weeb? Can you be a weeb for Stardew Valley? Picking a waifu in Stardew Valley is like close to weebdom. Downloading the mod that changes all the characters' portraits to anime girls is like level 5 weebdom. You think I'm kidding, but that is actually a thing.
Is it?
Oh yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure there are nude mods for that too.
Well, you'll be proud, and chat will be proud, because today I was playing Stardew Valley with Finn.
Yeah.
And Finn has been playing his own version, his own game on the Switch. And he's been playing it very differently than I've been playing it. And he likes to go around and just give stuff away to people. So today and I never have. Unless they come to me and say, I need a pumpkin. We haven't really been exploring the waifu end of the game so far. We've been just in the mines and learning to fish and, stuff like that. So today he said to me, I said, what do you want to do? Do you want to go to the mines? Do you want to go fishing? Do you want to go to the beach? What do you want to do? And he said, I want to give presents.
Ooh.
So we gave Penny an earth crystal.
Did you pick a waifu?
We haven't picked a waifu yet, although she is my choice, because I'm letting him make a lot of the decisions. So I don't know.
Not Leia. Leia is the number one waifu choice.
Leah.
On that. Is it Leah?
It's Leah.
I thought it was Leia.
No, it's Leah. Leah is Leah. You're thinking
I-
Leia like Leia.
I think you're gonna have some disagreement in chat right now.
I've
with
never
that.
ever heard it pronounced Leia, and I knew a Leah who was Leah like that, who spelled it like that. It's a Hebrew name. I don't think it's Leia.
I picked Penny when I went.
I like Penny. I think Penny always seems a little sad to me, and I feel like I can get on board with that.
Do you think she's secretly a freak?
Of course.
Yeah.
The saddest people always are. You gotta let loose somehow.
Leah.
It's pronounced Leah. underneath, like lion shard, like that helps so much.
It's actually Mario. Yeah, it happens every time we try to pronounce it in chat. It's actually
Just spell it. But yeah, so it was his idea. He wanted to give a present, so and she liked it.
okay.
So he's venturing toward his first waifu. I don't know who it's going to be. He actually wanted to give it to the guy that's always at the beach that won't give you the amulet, and he'll, you're not ready yet, you're not ready yet, you're not ready yet.
Oh,
That guy?
the guy.
Yeah.
That's the one that you.
We tried to give it to him first, and we
No,
couldn't give it to him.
he's not a character. He sells the thing that you use to get married.
Oh, okay. Well, we weren't ready yet. Again,
You're
and
ready
we kept
when
trying to give it to him, and I'm holding it above my head, and like he won't take it, and he just keeps repeating, "You're not ready yet. You're not ready yet."
Yeah.
So we gave it to Penny.
You're ready when you have a relationship up to max, I think, with a waifu or a husbando. We should probably answer the question, huh?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of an answer. I haven't explored all of it yet, so
Yeah, you can't
I can't
really
really answer
answer.
because I don't really know the full game yet.
Okay, well I have answers.
Hold
like
on.
what I think, but
I would like to see if, because this is just an easy answer, and I don't
Okay.
know if this is in it already or not. I would like a witch. I know
There
there's
is.
the wizard in the tower. I don't mean like him. I would like a more like traditional witch.
I think there is a
spooky element.
they added a witch, but I think she's more of a crone.
Okay, well,
I haven't seen her in the game either because I didn't play it like that. But what I was gonna say to you is like, can like I'll prompt you a bit. Is there anything about the game you don't like?
I kind of like that there's no big monster.
You kind of like?
Or don't like, sorry, that there's no big monster. I found some of the mines a little bit difficult, because I'm not very good with not getting hit.
Yeah. So let's like
I take damage and I eat a lot of fruit. Let's put it that way. So I
the
got a
fourth
better
video game
sword.
you've ever played. So.
I got mad one day and I went next door and I bought a sword for 6,000 gold, and I was like, "Fuck you, mines! I've got a better sword now. Come at me, bitch!" Not out loud because Finn was there, but in my head. And they came at me and I kicked some serious ass. Like now, things that took, like that ghost thing that used to come at you, like used to take me like 15 hits before I could kill it, and now I can kill it in like 5 or 6. So I did get a better weapon, so that's kind of cheating. But
It's that kind of game though.
I did kind of feel like the option was there that I could take it for starters, but also we got to the bottom and we're at like 120, in the mines, and I'm Googling what's the lowest level because there's nowhere else to go, and I didn't understand what you're supposed to do. And that's the bottom, and I was kind of like, that's it? Like there's no other variety of monster down here? There's the biggest monster down there was the ghost thing, or those big slimes that are like 3-in-1 that are like those big balloon slimes. Those big blurb kind of,
Yeah.
And again, you hit them a few times and it's done. And it was just kind of like, I really like the mines. I think the mines are probably my favorite part of the game. I like clearing the farm. I don't really like looking after the vegetables and stuff. I get kind of bored. You have to go and you plant them and stuff like parsnips. Once you yank it out of the ground, you have to go get more. So like I got like 10 or 15 of them, and I harvested them all, and then like none of them were gold, even though I used fertilizer. And so like, okay, so I sell them and I make some money to go buy, I guess, yet another sword, right?
It's common criticism of the game. A lot of people don't like that it becomes
So now
a
I've
chore.
been doing sprinklers. So I've got like 1,000,000 sprinklers set up. Like you should see it. It's all scarecrows and sprinklers. Before there's probably more scarecrows and sprinklers combined than there are crops, but whatever. So because I'm sick to death, I was wasting all my energy going back and forth, having to go to the bathhouse all the time and swim to get my energy back to go to the mines because I was wasting so much on the farming, right?
Also, it takes way too long for your energy to get back up. And why do you have to stay still in the bath when it did make it? Like, why can't you move while you're in the bath?
No.
At least you can have a little bit of interactivity. You just have to sit there and wait.
But I really like the mines, and I don't know. Like, I'm not saying like I wanted a Dark Souls monster, because that's a little bit more than I can handle. But like just something a little bit. I felt like once you got into like the ice part or the fire part or whatever, it was all just like, I don't know what like 20 levels or something or maybe even more of just the exact same monsters over and over again. So I would think I would like more variety and maybe something significantly more difficult, like those ghosts that fly at you and then you hit them and then they go back. Like you can't just hit them repeatedly because they're constantly moving away from you, and they'll sneak a hit at you too. They'll kind of go through you. That was trickier. That made me kind of have to try a little bit harder. So yeah, a witch, you know, and better monsters are my answer.
A witch and better monsters.
And maybe
Less-
an easier way to farm so it doesn't take up your whole day. Because again, like the way the timing moves on it, by the time you're done, if you have a lot of crops, it's almost noon already by the time. And then you gotta, okay, if you have the minecarts open, you can kind of, I would like a minecart on the beach, and I would like one closer to the community center, because I spend a lot of time just walking back and forth to those places and not being able, maybe you get one later, I don't know, but
You kind of do, yeah.
I haven't gotten there yet. And part of it is good because you see those worms on the ground and you can like dig stuff up, and you can, you know, you'll stumble up upon, you know, something that you can forage and then sell. So that, you know, in a way it's to your benefit to walk around, but you lose so much time. So you just spend a lot of time farming. And that's where you could tell me I should get animals, and I'm thinking I already spend so much time farming, and then I have to spend time on the animals. And,
Yeah, but that's part of the game. You know?
I know, but I like the fighting, you know, I like the mines, you know, and
Play Zelda.
maybe I should. I want to finish Mario 3, but it's hard, and I'm in the fish level, and like
Mario 3 is really hard.
I don't like the fish level, and so I'm not having fun. So I don't. He wants me to play it. He wants to watch me play it.
The other day you said, you know, like I can't even beat Mario 3, and it's like you don't understand. Like Mario 3 is like legit hard. Like it's one of the hardest games. You know, that's really really tough. It's probably the hardest Mario, apart from like maybe the Lost Levels is harder. I'm not sure, but like Mario 3.
Yeah, I'm in the World 3 with the
Legit
big
tough.
fish, and it's just a piss off when you keep dying over. I'm not patient. I don't like dying over and over and over again. And having to swim. I hate swimming. But yeah, that's not Stardew. That's something else. But yeah. Do you have an answer, or was
Yep.
that all me?
No, I can have an answer, sure. If they still want to hear me, it's a Lily stream now.
It's not really stream. They had a piece of me when you left earlier.
Oh, did they? I would like automation into the game as to expand on Lily's points. So something closer to Factorio with production chains and automation, and I would like the chores of farming to only be present early on in the game, and then you move on to something else. I also would probably like that you don't lose any time in the morning, so you just this is done. So is there a way to figure it out, or is it random that you just have as much time as you want in the morning to do your own thing when it comes to watering and planting and stuff, and you don't have to rush through it? But I don't know. I like the energy system for the upgrades, but I don't really like the energy system as a limiter. To agree with Kiefer, I don't really enjoy or think that the relationship system is any good, but I would expand that even to friendship too. The characters in Stardew are surprisingly real in my memory, especially the husbando and waifu choices. The old people, and to some extent like the minor characters like Shane, those kind of people, they aren't really all that real to me, but I played Stardew before Shane had the updates, so those characters feel like quite fleshed out, surprisingly, and I feel like that is something that could have been done much better or expanded on more, because they, you know, Eric Barone somehow pulled that off without much interaction, so I think that they could have done more with that. Yeah, so I'd like to explore that more. I think I said in the video that I wish that they had the interactions you have with the characters was something that happened first, and then you give them gifts depending on if, you know, like you might have a little choice to make in these interactions, and maybe that makes them like you more, or maybe they don't like you anymore, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like you're going to be friends with everyone. The game does have that kind of... It's kind of a sweet, almost sometimes a sickly sweet game, but it does have that kind of dark edge to it, like you can find that witch later, and if you have kids, you can pay off the witch, and she turns them into butterflies or something, and casts a forget spell on the whole town, so no one ever remembers that you had kids. You know, like I think that's what happens. I haven't played it, but I remember reading it. You know, like it does have kind of like a dark kind of edge to that game. You know, and I would I'm still on a wiki. Does it still exist? I haven't checked it out. Does it still exist? And it's like is it what I described? Because it's been a while, man. I hope it does. So I'm not like. So it's not. I sound like a crazy. Yeah, it does. Okay. Anyway, yeah. So it's I think that it could have done well to have these interactions. You know, to be timed or in the right place at the right time, and that obviously there'd be more of them. And then you can use gifts to smooth out relationships later on if you end up having a disagreement or anything like that. Yeah, so that's what I would do. But I think that I would have preferred fewer romance options. So I think like when the game launched, there were at least 8, right? It might have even been 10. And now there's even more than that. Now, if there were 8 before, now there's 10. And if there were 10 before, now there's 12. Because Emily and Shane weren't romanceable when the game first came out, and now they are. Rip Clint. So I think that... I don't know what I just did, but okay. But I think that fewer options would have been better so they could have been more fleshed out. Yeah, for sure. And to agree with Lily, I think that more of the mines, more like kind of dungeony content would be really great. I have an idea for a Stardew game actually, and I would really like to make that one day. I spoke about it on stream once before. I'm not going to say it again because it would be boring for people, and I'm hoping people forget.
Like, you showed me the forest today, right?
Yeah.
And it's just a couple slimes again. Like, they could have put something new in there.
Yeah, that's sort of thing.
There was an opportunity there that they could have had something different, instead of just the same thing you already are used to.
Someone in chat is saying Rune Factory. So Rune Factory is that out on Switch yet? Because maybe you should try playing Rune Factory. I really want to play Rune Factory, but I just don't have time right now. Apart from doing these streams, it's just all Witcher all the time and being a dad as much as I can. But honestly, kind of not doing that as much as I should either right now, because it's just all Witcher all the time. I'd really like to play Rune Factory. I think that would be kind of a boring stream though, wouldn't it? I think that's I play that game by myself. Satisfactory. Satisfactory I don't think has farming in it, but I do want to play Satisfactory as well. Yeah, Satisfactory looks fun. I hear it runs quite well. I'm a part of a dev team making a Harvest Moon, Stardew Valley type game. What do you recommend we do to stand out, Joe? Oh wow, I don't know how to answer that. I have no idea how to give advice like that, but I think that visuals have to be up there. You have to be at as good as Stardew Valley at least, because despite being like made by someone who had no real artistic history or anything or experience, Stardew Valley is a very comfy game. It looks good, like there are parts of it where it kind of looks like he took Super Nintendo sprites from games and just kind of minorly tweaked them and altered them. There were some parts that really looked like it was from Zelda and Chrono Trigger. I almost did pixel analysis of the visuals in Stardew Valley when I was making that video, just to see how many similarities I could draw from, because there were a lot of times that were setting off my I feel like I've seen this before, and I'm sure that's allowed, that's legal. He wasn't like breaking the law or anything by doing that, but I think that there was some tweaking like that happened in Stardew Valley, but it still looks really, really good. So it has to look as good as Stardew Valley, but then I think you just need to add more depth to it. I don't think most people are gonna put up with Stardew Valley's early bullshit game anymore. I tried to play Graveyard Keeper a while ago. I think when it was just in early access beta, because those games are my jam, and I was like, I'm gonna try this, and I was like, I cannot be fucked to do this again. So it needs to have a much faster pace at the beginning, and then later on it has to have more depth. So whatever pacing that Stardew Valley has, it's mostly at the beginning, and then it kind of peters out a little bit as it goes on. You need to like invert that, so it's pretty fast at the beginning, and then there's a lot more to learn and everything as it goes on and toward the end. That's what I think, but that might be completely wrong. Maybe most people want another just another Stardew Valley, but with a different setting and prettier or whatever, Ours will be 3D. Yeah, well, there you go. You might stand out by having it be 3D and it look good. Like 3D can work for sure. Feel free to not answer that.
It's from the Twitch message then.
Oh, okay. We'll get to the subs in just a second. I think there was another part that Kiefer asked. Sorry, there was a question that was linked to your question, Kiefer, so I thought I'd answer in chat real quick. Sorry about that.
Favorite fruit and favorite vegetable in real life, not in Stardew. Thanks a bunch. Keep it up, man. The Fallout 76 videos were both excellent. Cannot wait to see what you've got coming out next.
Glad that you liked the Fallout 76 videos. The second one was a bit off, and I was worried that people weren't going to accept it, but it seems like they did, and it has over 1 million views, which I think is the fastest one of the videos has ever gotten to over 1 million views. The Fallout 4 1 year later is almost at 4 million views, and that's just blows my mind. But the 76 comment like bug glitches commentary video might only be that high because Internet Historian linked it in his video that went like half viral. I think that has almost 10 million views, so that helped considerably. But it's getting more views like on its own now. It's like its own little algorithm battery, so that's good. But I preferred the structured video to that one, and I was worried that going up, but people seem to have responded to it well. Yeah. My favorite fruit is one that hates me. My favorite fruit is pineapple, but I can never have it because it makes my mouth bleed. And whenever I say this on stream, a lot of people are like, what the fuck? Pineapple doesn't do that. Pineapple has a enzyme in it that can dissolve meat, and you're made of meat. Some people are immune to it. Some people are really sensitive to it. And the thing that's always important to point out is if the pineapple has been cooked or stored in cans or anything like that, it doesn't have this enzyme anymore. It's removed in that process. So if you've only had pineapple that's come like that, then maybe that's why you don't know about that.
There's someone in there who says, yeah, me too.
Yeah, but fresh pineapple, like maybe you're not so sensitive to it, but it will dissolve the inside of your mouth, and it's really scary. The first time I had like fresh pineapple, for whatever reason, I was fine at first. It like a little bit of coppery taste in my mouth, and it must have been sitting for a while, or that enzyme was in low, like maybe it was really ripe or not ripe enough or something. But the second time or third time I had fresh pineapple, Lily will attest to it. It was like a nosebleed out of my mouth. It was like I was like on tissue, like paper towel, just blood just like coating the whole thing. Like it was just like I was bleeding out of my lungs. There was so much blood coming out of my mouth and my lips and my tongue. So I can't really have fresh pineapple, even though I really like it. So I should eat canned pineapple, but I just can't be fucked. I like apples, oranges, and bananas, but I don't eat a lot of fruit. I'm not a big fruit person. My favorite vegetable is the potato.
Yeah.
Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. We do what's called dirty mash, which is we make mashed potato, but we leave the skin on. So there's a bunch of skin in with like liquid fiber and nutrients in with the mashed potato. So yeah, I like the potato. I like mashed potatoes. I like roasted potatoes. I like French fries, mostly with the skin on. I really like potatoes. So there we go. What about you?
My favorite fruit is strawberries. And I sneak them when I cut them up for the kids.
Mm-hmm.
It's them usually, like, I don't eat a lot of fruit either, but when I am getting it ready, they eat strawberries like almost every day. So when I'm preparing, I have some.
They love strawberries.
Favorite vegetable, we probably eat potato more than anything. Like if we're talking consistency here, like my favorite raw vegetable would be a cucumber with a little bit of salt on it. My favorite cooked one would be broccoli. Because to me, like,
really?
you can eat them different ways, right? And that's kind of different answers. So I really like broccoli. If you have broccoli with, like, you can put a little bit of cheese on it, or you can put a little bit of gravy on it, or like if you have it with like steak or something, you can put a little bit of the drippings, or the au jus or whatever you have, dribble it over there, and it kind of makes it more fun. Like, it's okay on its own, but it's like there's so many varieties you can eat broccoli. Carrots I like raw, but I don't like them cooked unless they're in like a stew or something like that. Like I don't like the taste of like mushy cooked carrot, but you actually will eat that. You
I'll eat that. Yeah.
You prefer the carrot than I do. Yeah, with teriyaki sauce is great too. Yeah, I like broccoli. Broccoli and cucumber and strawberries. Final answer.
Do.
And that is all for Kiefer.
I hate how much of a bad rap broccoli's gone. I enjoy broccoli too. I should make that clear. It's not my favorite. I'm okay with broccoli.
Like when I made the steaks last night,
yeah,
I threw some broccoli in the pan like you usually do, and like it came out really good.
Yeah. One of my more enlightened moments.
Mm-hmm. Strawberries are berries, but berries are fruit. Unless there's something I don't know about. They're fruit, right?
Yeah.
I like grapes and watermelon too. Those would be my top 3. What? I missed something. I don't get it. I don't
Did
get
you?
it.
What?
Well, they're reeing at me. I don't understand why strawberries is a bad answer. I don't get it. What did I say?
I don't know. Family members gain Kevin abilities runes. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. What's Kevin's abilities runes? What runes does he have? I don't understand. Strawberries aren't berries or fruit? What? What are they then? Are they straw?
No, I don't know.
The str-
This is the voice of someone who doesn't know. How are they not fruit?
She doesn't know. She doesn't know.
You guys are just fucking with me now.
She
It's
doesn't
not
know.
nice.
She doesn't know.
I'm gonna fuck you up now. You want to know something else?
Whoa.
You want to know something else? I like blueberries too.
Whoa.
I like blueberries. So if strawberries are not fruit,
This is
then
getting
I'm
too
guessing
spicy for the pepper.
blueberries are not fruit either. And I like blueberries too. Especially if you get like some yogurt with granola and you put a little bit of strawberries and blueberries together on there. That's awesome.
You're using your mom voice.
That doesn't help.
Chat's in trouble.
That doesn't help.
With Mom Lily. Oh, anyway, thank you too. Oh, I just cracked my elbows. Ozzy for the 16-month resub. Joe, will you be restreaming the new gamer stream? What? I don't know what that is. Is it a fruit or a berry? I don't know what that is. So
Okay, it's just hot dogs and sandwiches all over again.
So I don't know what that is. So I'm gonna say no. What's the new gamer stream? Sorry, Ozzy, I don't know what that is. But thank you very much for the resub. If you say it in chat, I'll read it. Oh, it was a trick question. Oh no. New gamer D's nuts. There we go. Thank you, Haltfire302 for the 7th resub. Hey Joe and Lily, just got home. My ears are ringing, and I have work tomorrow. So good night. I hope you enjoyed Last Resort. What if they didn't play it?
No, he said they did.
Oh, they
By
did?
the time I asked, they had already played it.
Okay.
I hope you had a good time at the concert.
Yeah. He's probably gone, so
No, it's okay, but you might watch the vlog,
yeah,
right?
hopefully watch the well. Thank you for stopping by, Haltfire302. Thank you, Barry Akiba. I think it's Barry Akiba for the new sub Prime. Welcome to Prime Time. Barry Akiba. That's an interesting name. Thank you, Cosm14 Cosm, for the 10-month resub. Joe, please embrace your inner weeb and watch Devilman Crybaby. It's on Netflix. Is it actually called Devilman Crybaby? Devilman Cry... it auto-completed. Alright, let's see. Oh man, it's got Joker and Akechi in it. Look at this.
What? Hold on. I'm being summoned.
Oh, there is a Devilman. So is one of them a Devilman and the other one's a Crybaby? Is that how it goes? Huh. It's definitely not for kids. Oh no. Is there anime titties in it? Oh, there's some angel with a butt. Are there any succubi in this? Not that I care. Okay. A lot of nudity and violence. Okay. I might watch some anime at some point, but it's probably not gonna be that one. Sorry, it's gonna be if I watch any anime, it's gonna be JoJo and maybe like Death Note or something, and I'll start in Cowboy Bebop and I'll ease into it, and then I'll get scared off. Thank you, Talksick333 for the 10-month resub with a message. Hey Joe, do you give life advice? I just came back from a concert of my favorite band and everything else just feels empty and depressing. Were you at the same concert that Haltfire302 was at?
That's funny. That was true.
Were you at the Taylor Swift concert? 'Cause that's where Haltfire302 was. Just kidding. It was the Miley Cyrus concert. Haltfire is a big fan. No, he was at the Papa Roach concert.
Something in New York. I don't know if you're in New York too.
Two Two concert goers in the same night. I don't really give life advice, to be perfectly honest. Lily sometimes gives life advice, but it's mostly linked to mental health. I don't feel like I'm really ever qualified to give life advice. Sometimes I will talk to some people one-on-one. Talking to people used to be my biggest hobby, and I know how that sounds. It sounds a little weird, but I think I've said this on chat before. In on stream before, but maybe it was on Discord. Like my biggest hobby when I was a teenager was going like on ICQ. This is how long ago this was, and ICQ, AOL Instant Messenger, Hotmail Messenger, and there was a way back then. I don't know if this still exists. There was a way back then to just search for people under certain criteria. Like I want to talk to a woman that is 22 years old and lives in this country. Like you could kind of find that. I can't remember if it was that specific or just like changing in my mind, but you could get that sort of thing. And I would just go over and just find people. I'm being honest, mostly women, because I just wanted to speak to girls. But it wasn't anything like sexual. I just wanted to learn how to speak to girls a little better. But then it turned into something else too. I would just talk to anyone that I could on ICQ or AOL or Hotmail, just over and over and over again. I would make friends with people I never met before, and I would just have conversations, and we would like share life stories, which was mostly just me listening to people, because I was just a kid that didn't have that much life experience. So I would just listen, and they'd be like, "Oh, this is what I think about that," and like, "Oh, that sounds hard," or "That sounds good," that sort of thing. And yeah, so I used to talk to people, and I don't know if I helped anybody. Probably not, but
No, you're pretty good.
But I would
You helped me.
like I would talk to people one-on-one, but general life advice, like I don't know, it's very difficult to give that.
For this instance, I would say, considering you just went to a concert and you had a really great time, consider that the band that you just saw playing probably were up there also having a really great time and performing stuff that they've worked on for a really long time. A lot of work goes into recording and writing and editing and promoting these songs, right, and these albums that they make. And it's a really big deal when they get up and perform for you, and there's a lot of adrenaline and excitement and everything to be performing. And then it's done, just like it's done for you, and they probably have a bit of a letdown also, right? And then if they have to go back into the studio and do more work, or they're up at 5 a.m. to do a radio show, or whatever, right? So
Don't the French have a name for it? The petit mort?
I don't know.
It's the little death. I think it might be mostly sexual, actually. It's not to get like all randy or anything. Sorry, it's like another sexual thing, but it's like when after you have like sex or even masturbate and you have an orgasm, and it's like the letdown after. It's like it's called the petit mort. I remember Dylan Moran talking about it in a stand-up thing, but maybe it's not just overtly sexual. Maybe it's something else too. It's it's just the disappointment and the empty feeling that can come after like a big high.
It's again the same thing, right? Like it's the same. They're up there performing, and you're out there loving it, and then for both of you, it's done, right? So just kind of keep in mind that you might be feeling kind of empty and depressed and everything right now that's happened, but they're probably also a little bit empty and depressed right now and waiting for their next chance to get up on stage again. So if you really enjoy music, then maybe you should start looking forward to your next concert. And
unless they're Papa Roach, I think Papa Roach should be done. What do you think?
I only know the one song, so I can't judge. I don't know if they're really good or they're really not. I have a nostalgia for that song.
I think I know more than one song. I think they had a song where they quote Fight Club, and that's the only other song I know of theirs. I'm just shitposting though. It's fine. Like what you like. I haven't been to a concert in so long.
And it will still be a while.
Yeah. I remember I went to a Green Day concert when I was a teenager, and there was so much jumping around and like pushing each other around that I couldn't walk the next day. Like my legs hurt that bad. It was just constant doing it the whole time. Yeah. It was crazy. Let's go to the next person on Patreon, who is Bumblebee851. I just stole Lily's job.
It's okay.
And then after this, we'll answer the next two because the next one's quick, and then we'll take some questions from chat, and then we might be done actually because we've been at it for a while, but maybe we'll go another hour. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how we feel. It's really hot in here again, but not as bad as last time, right?
Not even near as bad. And I think she's asleep. I kind of want to go check, but at the same time, I'm scared.
Well, ask this question. I'll read out this question, and then you can go look. Just sneak down the stairs. And remember the second.
The second one from the bottom.
Yep, second one on the bottom creaks.
That's my test now when I try to take her up for bed. I step purposely on the step because if she wakes up, it's not gonna last, right? Huh. And then if she sleeps through the creak in that step, then we're good.
That's neat.
So Bumblebee says, "Hey Joe, I just finished the P5 streams on your second channel. Wow, what a game! Your commentary is top notch as well. Hope you, the boys, and Lily are doing well. I have a couple questions about a couple games you might have heard of before. Not sure. They're kind of niche games. Do you have plans on playing, covering, making a video on Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice? And if so, can you divulge on such plans? And if not, why not?" And I'm gonna go check on Kate and I'll be back.
All right, I'll wait until the door's closed and then I will answer. First of all, congratulations on getting through all the Persona 5 streams. I think my commentary on that one was okay. Keep forgetting which one we did first, and we did Persona 5 before Danganronpa, right? That came first, because I think that's right. I'm always a little like unsure of myself when it comes to the commentary, because a lot of people, there was quite a bit of backlash to the Danganronpa 1 commentary, and it's like I want to like think, okay, was that after the Persona 5 thing? Because there wasn't that much to Persona 5, and I feel like I was just as critical as Persona 5 as I was for Danganronpa. And I always, when enough people say something, it's always good to like evaluate and do a little bit of a soul searching and be like, hey, what was this actually, you know, wrong? Did I go too far here? And I tried to dial it back a little bit after Danganronpa 1 because it was so widespread, but I do wonder sometimes if it was just people are way more passionate about Danganronpa. It's more of an established game, and they really didn't like what I was saying. Don't know. I think about that sometimes, but congratulations on getting through it. So the question was, do you have any plans on playing, covering, making a video on Sekiro Shadows Die Twice? If so, can you divulge on such plans? If not, why not? So yeah, there was almost a video on Sekiro released already, and sometimes I think that maybe I should have done it and just powered through. But like I've hinted to a couple times on stream before, I'm kind of losing my mind a little bit, and it's really not a joke. The Witcher video is this... It's like trying to juggle too many balls in the air at once, and I'm really good at juggling balls and handling balls in general, but this is the first time in my life that I feel like there's more balls than I can hold, and even just the thought of having to do another really exhausting, grueling video editing session on something that, and then going into that big thing, you know, like right back to it when it's already like taking up all of my mind, I feel like I might break a little bit. It's really not good. Like, I'm trying to downplay it a bit in streams and everything, and not go too much detail because I don't want to come across as whining or anything, but yeah, it's not good at the moment, and it's not helped by the fact that, like, bar none, even this stream, every single stream that we do, or almost every single day on Twitter or on Discord, there's someone asking me, hey, when's the video going to be done, you know? And that's a good thing. It's really good that people are so interested and so invested in everything, and I understand that it's taken too long, but when it comes out, I think people will understand that, you know, it didn't take too long at all, and it's like, holy shit. But I do feel the pressure a bit, and I'm nervous, let's put it that way. Not handling it well at all. Anyway, but to answer your question, yeah, there was going to be a video on Sekiro. I have the script written. I think I even have it recorded. That's how off I am. I don't even remember if I recorded it or not. I think about 2 terabytes of footage. I can't remember how much I have. It's a significant amount though. It's all in 1440p. I played it through, I think 5 times, but it's really, really easy to play that game all the way through because it's so... Not only is it faster than any other game that From has made, and like the Souls-like games that they've made, not only is it so much faster to get around, it's also... there's no real reason to kill anything. You know, like, you don't get experience from it, really. You do get the skills, but the way I was playing that game, there were
there were only like a handful of skills that I even found useful, and then they were just like, yeah, I guess I'll guess that'll be a little bit of a bonus. There are some skills that are really important in that game and are game changing, for sure, but most of them come much later when you can just grind out skill points accidentally just by killing a few of the big monsters and some of the bosses. So yeah, it's really, really easy to just get through that game. So I played it through quite a bit. I got decent at it. Yeah, and there was going to be a video. So yeah, there still will be a video. That's the only other one that I'm promising right now. After Witcher is done, I will do the Sekiro video, and then I'm just gonna take a break and just stream for a bit. And unless I just collapse after the Witcher video is done, then I guess the Sekiro video is going to be a little bit after that, but we'll see. Most of that work's already done. I will probably play it again just to make sure, and then do another pass on the script, even if I do have to re-record it. And then that video will be out. I think it was about an hour long is the amount that I had. And I don't speak about the story apart from in passing. It was a lot about the gameplay. There was a lot of criticism about the enemy variety, boss variety, and level layout and theme variety. I felt like the game didn't do that well at all, and there was a lot more that I could have done about it. There was a lot of talk about the successes of the combat system and how defense is offense in that game, and it's somehow the most defense-oriented game that they've made that's a Souls-like, but it's also the most aggressive at the same time because defense is offense. That a lot of people don't fully view the stamina bar correctly, in my opinion. That there's a lot of people think, oh well, you have infinite stamina to do all your attacks and everything. Well, not really, because you have to manage your stamina for defense, and it's the same kind of thing. It's just that you can chain your attacks together a lot smoother. It's a really genius system. I like it a lot, and I hope that it gets a sequel, because it doesn't look like it's getting DLC. Yeah, I really enjoyed Sekiro, but it's also the game that they've made in their Souls-like area that has the least amount of replay value. I don't think I ever really want to play Sekiro ever again, except for the video. Maybe if there's a sequel announced, or maybe years from now when I've forgotten a lot of it and I've forgotten a bunch of the timings, but that is, there are no real other build options. You can technically find different build options if you push it with the prosthetic. Originally, I thought there was more build choices because of that, but then I actually did a playthrough where I used the prosthetic more. I was like, yeah, this is just a bonus off of the same core moveset. So I think they could have made the game a lot better if they had included maybe 2 or 3 more movesets, weapons. Not as much as Dark Souls or Bloodborne, just 2 or 3. And I know that would have been quite a bit of work considering how the animations work in that game for responding, especially enemies responding to different attacks, but I think they could have done it. The big one to get right is just that the deflection has to work the same way in all the weapons, and I think they could have made that happen. But yeah, I was disappointed in that part of the game for sure. For sure. But it has a lot of really great moments. I don't want to spoil them, but so in vague terms, if you played the game, the last new area that you get to, I think it has to be the last one. I think you have to go to all the other areas before you go to the Azure Temple. That should be enough. Is just absolutely gorgeous, and it's one of the best moments ever in the games that they've made. And arriving there, just I had to pick my jaw off the floor afterwards. I was like, what the fuck? I even went and got Lily and showed it to her, and she was like, wow, this might actually rival Bloodborne. You remember saying that? Because Bloodborne's your favorite for the visuals.
I remember. That was really beautiful.
Yeah, it just the cherry blossoms there and everything, just absolutely just gorgeous. It has the best 2 end bosses that I think that they've had in those kinds of games, with the difficulty on the last boss being just about perfect. I think that's the only time that they've nailed that. It's not too hard, but it's not too easy. Yeah, it's really, really good. The optional final boss, which is usually harder than the other ones, I don't think was harder this time, so maybe it was a different approach. And I like that boss a lot, but I knew it was my favorite for a while, but now I've kind of cooled on that boss a little bit, and I feel like it goes on for a little bit too long. which is weird because most of my criticisms of the past Souls like that they've made have been bosses can die just way too fast if you're keeping up with your gear and you're upgrading your weapons. But for that one, it seemed to be the opposite problem. It goes on for a bit too long with hatred, without spoiling it by just saying it. That if you played the game, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, but the combat system was good. It did have, the typical From Software problems. There were a lot of shitty hitboxes. There were a lot of really bad animations that just kind of go out of nowhere. There are spear guys in the game that will do a sweeping attack that you have to jump over, and there are certain spear guys in the game that if you jump over their spear attack, the sweep, they immediately snap to a thrust with absolutely no telegraph, no warning, and no way to know it's coming at all. It's just like the game just decides, hey, we're going to do this attack now in response to your jump, and the only way to avoid it is that you have to parry in the air after you do the jump before they even switch the attacks. Like, you have to know it's coming, you have to be prepared for it, and you just have to say, yeah, I think he's going to do it, and you just have to deflect, and then you can get through it. Yeah, it's just there's just a lot of the usual kind of bullshit, and I feel like they're getting worse with every game when it comes to refinement of these things, but they're also getting better with how the combat system works in general. So is that worth the trade-off? Honestly, I think no, but for longevity and for making a good game, like, especially considering that these problems could probably be fixed with, I'm going to say, 3 months of extra development and polish time at the end. I feel like From Software doesn't do that enough. They make their games really, really fast, and it feels like they like kind of like how I answer these questions. It's just like, take a deep breath and just go whoa, 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 and then at the end they just like, okay, I'm done, exhale, and then they just move on, So to make it a writing thing, they don't edit enough. There's definitely some editing, there's definitely some playtesting, but nowhere near as much as they should. IMO, and that you can see that in all of their games, especially Dark Souls 2 and Sekiro. Bloodborne might be the most polished, and I wonder if that's because it's a Sony exclusive and Sony takes that a bit more seriously. I don't know enough about how they work with their exclusives to say for sure, but yeah. So there you go. There's my condensed thoughts on it without much examples to back it up. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the Sekiro video being out and any sequel that they make. Did Bumblebee have another question?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were answering both somehow at the same time, because that one is about the Blood Souls.
Oh, okay. Maybe I already...
You might have. Yeah, I wasn't sure.
Maybe I already answered it accidentally, but go ahead.
Can you talk a bit about how you see the influence of the Blood Souls games in other games? Recently, I have been going back through the trilogy and Bloodborne and really am enamored with the brilliant landscapes and designs they created that tie into its story. I really want to find another series that has such high standards with its lore, its world crafting, and overall experience. Thanks.
Yeah, and all of the Souls-likes that I know haven't really done that. The closest one, I know exactly what you're talking about, and I know I have that controversial opinion that Dark Souls doesn't really have a story, and Bloodborne doesn't have a story, but they have lore, and they have world building, and they have that really great feeling that you're actually exploring a place. And no other Souls-like has really done that. I think the closest that they've come to is Ashen. The Surge does feel like you're exploring a big factory, but it's not interesting. That's the problem with the Surge. Maybe the Surge 2 does it better. Like, it seems to be so far. It feels like it's a techno city, kind of techno Bloodborne kind of thing. But yeah, it's definitely not what... definitely not grabbing me as much as the... as the Souls games did, like the straight up Souls games. Yeah, Ashen comes closest, I think. Blasphemous, like the 2D Souls, like I haven't played enough of them, but Blasphemous kind of gave me kind of Soul-y vibes, but the pieces of the world didn't really fit together all that well, and I really like that part about Dark Souls. There is a sense of that, funnily enough, in Witcher 2. Witcher 2 has the same kind of camera angle, and it has the same... I talk about this in the script, actually. It's one of my, I think, only 2 Dark Souls references in the whole thing. Yeah, and like Witcher 2 kind of has that kind of feeling. It's condensed levels, though. They're contained, but even in the smaller level, you get this feeling that you're exploring this vast world that feels like an actual place. You get that sense of context of the level being a part of a greater whole, even more than most of Witcher 3 actually in Witcher 2. Maybe chat knows someone that a game that captures that feeling that you're going for. I don't know. I didn't play enough Assault and Sanctuary. Maybe that grabs it. Only 2? Yep, only 2. Hollow Knight a little bit. Hollow Knight felt like that for me, but not as much. But yeah, I feel like that's something that many Souls-like developers don't get right because they don't know how to do it, and I feel like sometimes From Software does it by accident. You know, it's not always compelling, and they haven't made a world as good as Dark Souls 1 again, despite having, what, 5 more attempts now at it? So, and the Demon Souls attempt before it. So yeah, I don't know. It's hard to know for sure. I've already said so much about how Souls games have influenced other games. It seems laughable now. It seems so stupid, you know. I think it's gotten a little better though. But whenever anything is punishingly difficult, it's like, oh, this is like a Souls game because that's the only difficulty that a lot of reviewers have ever encountered, and it kind of shows when you have this. When a reviewer does that, it's like, okay, you didn't play many games when you were younger or you're new to games because this is how most games were, you know. And there was this kind of like pit of AAA games and really popular games in, I don't know, like mid 2000s, maybe late 2000s to, yeah, around there, where it's just like it was more about the experience and more about getting you through the spectacle and everything, that games didn't really push you and punish you, and if it did, it was an option that you could easily ignore. And in Dark Souls, it's like, no, fuck you, you have to do it. So for many people, that was like the first game that did that to them, and I can understand why they think it might be a special or a unique experience to that series to say it. But for a lot of people who've been playing games for a long time, like Dark Souls is really, really good. But it's like, yeah, this isn't all that special. And honestly, to some people who've been playing a lot of games, it's not even that hard. You know, you might struggle a bit at the beginning, but after a bit, it's like, oh, okay, this isn't that hard at all. And this has come from someone that wasn't like that. I did struggle for quite a long time in my first playthrough of Dark Souls, but I would say after I killed Quelaag, it got a lot easier. I think the only other boss that gave me any trouble after Quelaag was the four lords in Flooded Londo. All the rest of them were like, eh. But I think most people have that criticism that the game kind of drops off in difficulty after. Oh, no, ONS. How did I forget about ONS? ONS. Yeah, ONS for sure. You just need to get confident. Yeah, you do need to get confident. That's absolutely true. Yeah. The game makes you scared and timid from being so difficult, but yeah, you need to just get confident at it. Which is weird because I feel like that's the opposite of the Surge. The Surge, you don't need to get confident at it. It kills you a lot faster in Dark Souls, and the answer to the Surge is to actually be very cautious and defensive instead of being very, very confident. Maybe with you get better gear, that changes, but I didn't play the gear game as strongly as I should have when I played the Surge, and that in my mind is the hardest Souls-like that's been made. I died the most in that one than any other. Yeah, but it's an interesting point. I haven't really thought about that, so thank you for saying that, because I haven't really thought about how most of the Souls-likes that come out don't try to replicate that part of the game that is so interesting. I think, yeah, Ashen, I think, is the closest one. From's attempts on creating lore may possibly be accidental due to the vagueness of the thing, so the way you fill in the gaps makes that interesting. That's what I think too, yeah. I speak about this in the Witness video, about how if you give the player or a reader or a viewer the pieces of a story and the ingredients, and you ask them to make it together and make it themselves, they're gonna make something that is a lot stronger and more potent of an experience, because it's gonna be tailored to them, their own likes, and also whatever plot holes that might exist or any inconsistencies, they're going to just brush them aside because they're the ones that are making it and they really want to have this really cool experience. That's why I don't really like a lot of things that are left up to your interpretation, and it's why, while I agree that subtext is text, like subtext is the most important thing in a text, it's not even like debatable in most cases. Like that is the most important thing. It's also very, very difficult to properly gauge what the subtext is when the story is incredibly vague and it leaves too much up to your interpretation. So it's like you have to read between the lines, but the text should give you the magnifying glass to be able to do that. You know, like if the text doesn't equip you properly to get to the subtext, then I consider that a failing, and I don't think it's really valid. So yeah, that's my nuanced view of it, I guess. But nuance might be giving that too much credit. Yeah. It's okay. I think that's all I can say about that. I do wonder if we'll ever get over Dark Souls. I think we said that in the Blasphemous stream. I think we will. I think maybe it's already happening. Oh wow, this is a nice ability. Finn's calling you?
Yeah, he's calling me. He wants to come out.
He wants to come out?
It's bedtime. I told him to go to sleep.
No, he can't come out. Oh, he's singing a song.
He says, I want to come out. And I said, no. It's bedtime. He says, I'm not sleepy. And Leo goes, I sleepy.
Poor Leo.
Says to stop keeping Leo awake.
Who is we here? What's that referring to? Sorry, I'm not sure. Are you talking about the Dark Souls thing, or like, will we ever get over Dark Souls? So. I mean, the gaming culture at large. It's like Dark Souls is very very widespread. There's a lot of dudes here. Untitled Goose Game Stream 1. So writers are hijacking Hemingway's iceberg theory without knowing what the iceberg actually looks like. So iceberg theory from Hemingway is not something I'm all that familiar with, but the general idea is that the story should just present you the tip of the iceberg, and you should be able to infer the rest of the story from that, and there should be a lot more to explore and think about from just the tip that you present to the reader. Am I correct? Is my memory somewhat close, or am I way off? I would say yes. I would say that if that's true, then I would say then that's correct. Yeah, a lot of writers and game developers are taking that mode, and they aren't really doing enough with it. They're not justifying it. I also think that Lost has kind of ruined a lot of media for a bit, and maybe that effect has gone too. Like, are we ever going to get over Lost? So maybe it's similar to Dark Souls for TV. It's just the Lost format of we have all these mysteries to string you along, and then every single episode we're going to have an individual mystery with a character, and we expand on this character's side story, and maybe mostly with flashbacks, but that are relevant to current events. And like, we're just going to tell the story, and what's the answer? Well, we don't know. We hope that we figure out the answer before we get to the episode where we have to make it matter. That's the Lost format, and I see a lot of shows kind of going with the Lost format, and I really like Lost, but I didn't like the ending. But I've heard that if you start Lost after like now, it's more satisfying. It was the allure of needing to have information that kind of ruins it, and the ending is okay. If you like Lost for the characters, I think that the ending is pretty good. But if you like Lost for the mysteries and the story, then it's not going to be satisfying. And I think that a lot of writers have fallen into this trap now, and I'm noticing it with a lot of it's like a short story structure. So here in my mind is is the perfect way that you write a story with a twist. So it doesn't have to be a book, it can be TV or anything. So a twist should be something that happens at the end of Act 2. It should not be something that happens at the end of the story. So a lot of writers now will give the twist at the end, like the big like perception changing twist. They will put it at the very, very, very end of the story as almost like a gotcha on the last line of the last page, you know? And that to me can be interesting. There's always ways to make something work, but I don't like that you need to expand on that at the end, you know? Like there needs to be another act where you explore this and be like, oh, okay, like, well, what does this mean? What are the repercussions? What's going to happen to these characters now? Where does the story go on after this big revelation? Sometimes it can work as the end of a story if there's going to be another one in the series, like Empire into Return of the Jedi, you know what I mean? But there's a lot of stories now that are just, they do that, and it's just a contained story, and that's it. So like a perfect example of something not doing that me and Lily both love is Gone Girl. Gone Girl, I think spills its twist at the end of Act 1. Like it does it even earlier, and it's like, holy shit, you know, like, and it builds on it. And that's kind of like, I hate to say this, but not really, because I just love bringing it up to pour salt in the wound. That's kind of why I didn't like the ending of Silent Hill 2, because Silent Hill 2 does that. Silent Hill 2 reveals its twist not at the very, very end, but like within the last 20 minutes. And it's like, okay, well, I feel like if that was in any other media, it would be criticized more heavily as the, okay, and then, you know, like what happened after that, you know, like this should be the Act 2 thing. What are we going to do after this, you know, like, and like, no, it's over. And that's why I feel like one of the reasons why it was disappointing. So yeah, I won't spoil Gone Girl, don't worry. If you're not someone that likes to read a lot, I think Lily will agree with me on this. The movie is just as good, right? Like Gone Girl?
Almost. I like the book slightly more because it's told in a different way. So it's not so much the story, it's how they tell the story.
Careful with spoilers.
I'm not saying anything more.
Okay.
But like it's not, to me there's like there's just two great things about stories, right? And it's like the plot, and then there's the method for how it is told. And I like the book just a little bit more because it comes across better, I think, that way. But the casting for the movie was just incredible.
Oh,
like,
the casting was spot on. Oh man.
There's a line in the book that says, you know, that Nick
Yeah.
he has a face that you just want to punch. And when I think of that, I think of Ben Affleck. No offense to him, but
Yeah.
he does have a face that you just want to punch. And
But still handsome, you know what I mean? Like yeah.
kind of charming in a you want to punch him kind of way.
Kind of goofy. Your life has been so easy. Fuck you, kind of way. Even though that's not true of Ben Affleck, from what I know. Yeah, like the perfect.
And Rosamund as Amy is just like, wow.
Silent Hill 2 as a game, it works so well. Maybe it's because you're meant to replay it, and maybe that's meant to be the other act. But I don't know. I don't think that's true. But yeah, it's okay. Let's not get back. Why am I frozen? Okay, I don't know what to do. I literally don't know what to do. I mean, maybe I can dodge through it. Maybe there's like iframes to the dodge, and I could dodge through the freezing ripple, but then I don't have my dodge for the next ability. I literally don't know what to do.
Lucy was trying to convince Grandma that she could face the corruption on her own, despite having doubts herself.
Oh well. Next question is a fun one, and then we'll take some questions from chat, and then we might be done. We'll see.
Nicholas says, "Who is your wife?"
Stone sentinel.
So say that again, because it's because it was over so quickly. Nicholas said Zed.
Well, in Canada we say Zed. I know you want to say Z, but
Nicholas Z says, "Who is your waifu?" And I don't have a waifu. Sorry, my waifu is Lily.
wow.
Although I was thinking that if I had to pick a waifu, maybe I would go with Chiaki. And from Danganronpa 2. And if I combined Chiaki with Lily,
We get chili.
Yeah. Sound like a spicy waifu.
Yeah, spicy waifu. There you go. We get chili.
Hot and spicy waifu.
Grants a second Divine Rock slot, increases the cooldown, increases the amount of experience gained from enemies. That seems pretty good. We get, hi, welcome to Chili's. I love that thing so much. I wish I didn't, but I love that thing so much. If I had to pick a waifu, it would probably be 2B. Everyone started spamming it. Yeah, it'd probably be 2B. I think 2B's design is really, what's the enlightened word? Provocative. Probably 2B. Can you choose real people to be your waifu? Like, can you pick a supermodel to be your waifu? Or does it have to be a fictional character? No, it has to be a fictional character. Only idols? No. Okay, I guess it's 2B then. Who's your waifu, Lily?
I don't know. I like 2B, but is there like a really witchy like
Sai? From Persona 5, remember? You
oh
liked her?
yeah, I did like her. Yeah.
Super witchy, right?
Yeah, I like 2B, but I'd like if 2B was a little bit witchier. Like, I don't know. She's got the good boots, so I'll say that. She had like long dark hair and like a corset, you know, like that would be a good waifu. Or even like long blonde hair and a corset, you know, like, or red hair. I don't really care about the hair, but like, you know, I keep thinking about the corset.
Someone chat saying, I thought you liked Dr. Legs.
I would keep talking about the boots, right? The boots are like,
Dr. Legs.
you gotta have the legs to wear the boots, but I don't know. I'm just thinking, if 2B was witchier, there's someone like
Lily
that.
really likes witches, yeah. Someone's talking about witches.
Who's my husband? I don't know. I didn't watch enough of the games to, like, the women stand out to me more than the men do in the games. I'm trying to think now. Geralt.
Geralt. You like Geralt?
Well, he's fresh in my mind, so. He's a broad man, right? He's big.
Murder mystery about witches.
He's a strong witcher man.
Mm-hmm. He's kind of witchy.
And it's in the title, so there you go.
Best girl in Persona 5? For me, it's Haru. For Lily, it's Dr. Legs.
Yeah. Legs was good. She had a choker.
Chokers are hot, I agree.
I said Geralt this time too, didn't I? I finally learned how to say it.
What did you say
I
before?
used to say Geralt, like
Geralt?
Gerald.
Geralt?
Yeah, I used to say Geralt at the beginning. I finally learned how to say it.
It's a running joke in the games that
Is it?
we'll get his name wrong, yeah. Geralt, Gerard, Gerald.
Jerry. I should write a murder mystery about witches. You're right.
Another one?
They don't know about that book.
Oh.
That book is a secret book.
Oh, it's a secret book,
I
sorry.
actually want to rewrite that book from the beginning, and because it was more of a novella in length, right? I want to make it a novel length.
Yeah, it's
I could
close.
add a good 20,000 words onto it and make it a solid novel.
Were there any questions in chat that have been asked a bit and would like to be asked again? We'll just take them as they come in, sorry. And then I think we'll do one more Patreon. I think we're going to stop because I'm dying. It's so hot in here.
Really?
Yeah, I'm
You
really
said
hot.
before you were okay.
Yeah, it's getting worse now. You've gone out a couple
Yeah,
times.
that's true.
Brimming with monsters.
Do you think it's starting to become an issue with gamer discourse that a game can't exist without bettering the industry or making it short time any? Is that true? If that is true, then yeah, I think that's a problem, but I don't know if that is true or not.
the bettering the industry thing is bullshit. Like games can just be entertainment. There are plenty of movies and plenty of books. You know, all other media doesn't have this issue. I do agree that games can be political. There's no problem with games being political. That's, you know, like, I disagree that everything is political. You know, there are these people that like every single action is political, so you can't get away from it. It's like, you know, when I get up in the morning and I brush my teeth, that's not a political act. Like if you want to argue that about status quos and everything, and therefore every act is a political act, and that just means that the word just has no meaning anymore. So I disagree with that. But I do think that games can be political just fine. There's no issue with that. But I also think that every game doesn't have to be political. It's fine to not be political. You know, you don't have to do that. But there seems to be this push about making games political and focusing a lot on the politics of games in order to legitimize the industry a little bit. And I don't know what's the cause of that, if it's insecurity about games being viewed as for children, or if there isn't really that many good talking points about games for a lot of critics and reviewers to dig into, like there are in other media, you know. But I would say that isn't really a problem with the industry. That's just a problem, like in terms of the reviewers and the critics. I think that's a problem that the games just aren't there yet, and gaming storytelling in games is just not mature enough to deal with that yet. So we have people really reaching for things to criticize about. You know, let's talk about colonialism in Tomb Raider. It's like, what? You know, like this isn't the kind of game that's like that, you know. So yeah, I feel like it's coming from a good place, but the media just isn't there yet. And it's kind of like, you know, square block through the triangle hole. Some of the conversations can still be interesting though, even if they are flawed. Are you interested in playing the new Hitman games on stream? Blowfish Flanderson. Maybe not. I'm not really interested, but enough people are interested in hearing that or seeing that I might do it just to appease people and hopefully have a good time. There'd be plenty of times where chat has wanted me to play a game and I haven't.
She kept asking.
And I haven't enjoyed it, and I didn't want to, and then I do, and it's like, oh, I'm actually having a good time. So that might be one of those times. So it might be fine, but if I'm being completely honest, it's not something I'm really that interested in. I would have played the game already. There's something kind of janky about those games. I tried to play Blood Money a while ago, and it's a really interesting concept, and in a way, it should be a game that I really enjoy, but there's just something kind of off about it that keeps me from committing. But I think I would enjoy it if I finally did. I don't see why I wouldn't. Is Baba's U video officially scrapped even after the break? I really want to hear your opinions on the game. Almost certainly not, but I'm not promising. I'll promise Sekiro and I'll promise the Witcher video, obviously, but I'm not going to promise anything else. Almost certainly there will be a Baba's U video because the script is written, you know. But like, why wouldn't I do it? I have the footage. It's recorded. I played the game twice, so it should be fine. But yeah, I don't want to promise because I don't know what's going to happen after the Witcher video is done. Just because a game is not intended that way doesn't some political assumption is not present in the game making though? What? That's why I'm sympathetic to all games are political message. I don't think I'm reading that right. Maybe there's a mistake or I'm missing a word somewhere. Just because a game is not intended that way doesn't some political assumption is not present in the game making though. No, I think there's either I'm really tired or there's a missing word there. That's why I'm sympathetic to all games that are political messages. How is Baba Is You a political message? My go-to for this is usually because people say this argument quite a bit to me, and they say, you know, all art is political, and it's like, how is Starry Night political? How is a landscape painting political? And then they're in the awkward position of almost saying that landscape portraits, landscape paintings aren't art. You know, like, where's the politics there? I will want to clarify. I agree that most art can be or is political because it's like you can even make an argument for something as simple and seemingly innocent as Mario having political, you know, reinforcing the political status quo. But yeah, On a really note, do you have any ideas for game stories or scenarios you don't have to share in detail because of ideas have? Yeah, oh, for sure. But if I make a game, they won't be present in the first game because it'll be very difficult. And I think that I would rather focus on, if the game is going to have gameplay, that the gameplay should come first. And then when, hopefully, if that game sells enough for there to be another game, it'll have a bigger budget, and then I can explore some neat ideas with some story. Or go the other way and just make like a visual novel or something and have no gameplay. But I have a feeling that to make a proper visual novel, it would be surprisingly expensive to meet standards that I would want it to be. Starry Night is not a good example because Van Gogh painted that from a mental hospital, and you could view that as his view of the world as a commentary on mental hospitals back then. Yeah, but if you say that, then I have to agree. I have to concede the point that yes, all art is political, because now you're not making it about the art, you're making it about the artist. And that's now we're talking about people, and politics just has to be there. You know, like, where were they? What kind of life did they have? What kind of privilege did they have? What kind of privilege did they not have? Yeah, for sure. Then you know, if you take that view, then yeah, it is. But I don't think that's what people are saying when they say all art is political. So I can't agree with that. That seems like a nonsense statement to me, because it's like, okay, well, it's like, yeah, duh, but it doesn't, like, now you're going to be like digging for all the meaning in it, you know? Like, you have to, it's more about the artist and not the art itself. I just finished watching the Hollow Knight video again. I was wondering, are you still doing a Nier video? You hinted at it, and I've been really looking forward to it. I spoke about this earlier, and it gets brought up quite a bit. Probably, but I'm not going to promise it. The reason why I'm sorry for anyone who's been here for a lot of streams and they've heard this story so much, and don't feel bad for asking this question. Like, it's fine. Like, I don't mind saying it again. I just want to acknowledge that I've said it a few times, because I feel bad for the people who've heard it so many times. And my waffling right now isn't helping, is it? The Nier Automata video was going to happen, and then a lot of Nier Automata fans started coming to the streams and were very vocally upset, let's say. I've been told that I remember this worse than it was, but I really don't think so, because I've had other people confirm that the Nier Automata fans were kind of bad. But let's go in the middle and say, like, I remember the people being pissed and other people would be like, nah, it wasn't that bad. So let's go in the middle and say they were upset. I had enough people, Nier Automata fans, upset with me that I wasn't going to be playing all the other games and reading all the side content and the side materials for it, that I just said, fuck it, I'm not doing it. And then I felt really, really bad about that afterwards, because enough people came in and were like, oh, I was really looking forward to that video. Why did you let them get to you? And I was like, all right, fine, I'll do it. But I guess I'm going to have to just, you know, they can win and I'm going to play the other games. And it became too big of a project for me to focus on at that moment. So that's what happened to that video. I feel like there's also a really big reason why a lot of artists, writers choose a pseudonym, so the politics and predetermined ideas of the artist are extracted from the art. Yeah, that's a fair point too, yeah. Especially if they want the points to speak for themselves, you know? There's the autobiographical fallacy that a lot of writers fall into. And I think one of the classic examples that I learned about was a writer having a main character that was hardcore vegan, and they met someone who had written the book, and they were like, oh, I really enjoyed that character, and it was so cool to see that vegan character, and they were represented in your book. And then, you know, the author pulls out a ham sandwich and starts eating it, and the fan is like, what the fuck, you're not vegan, what the fuck, and like that sort of like made up exaggerated example, but that pretty much, you know, encapsulates the autobiographical fallacy right there. So there's definitely some merit to that. I don't think I want any of these. I don't look at that one. Wait, is Joseph not a dragon? Is Joseph even a Joseph? Ooh. It's the beginner's guide all over again. You can't make assumptions about the author from product they made. Yeah, I agree with that. That's the autobiographical fallacy. But a lot of authors do want you to do that, so that's where it comes murky in there, and that's why there are no rules to art, you know? Like, there really aren't. There are no rules to art, so that's why it's so much fun, and I mean it genuinely. It's so much fun to discuss it. It can mean so many different things. Would you fuck the dragon in your profile pic? Woohoo! No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't fuck a dragon. I think people confusing the fact that from all art you can extract a political interpretation and claim that all art is political instead. Maybe. I mean, I still think that you're not gonna get a political interpretation from a landscape painting. I just don't think it's possible. I don't think you're gonna get a political interpretation from Baba's You. Is philosophy like that kind of deals with? No, it really doesn't. The trailer, I'm getting confused with the trailers. The trailers kind of hinted that Baba Is You would have this sort of existential kind of crisis kind of feeling to it, and it really doesn't. Sorry for spoiling it. It really doesn't. It's just a puzzle game. I want to say Tetris, but does Tetris have Tetris has? I just think Russian and I think political, so I'm being kind of racist. So sorry about that. Tetris Attack. Does Tetris Attack have, politics? Like, I don't think you could. I think that's in the same area as landscape paintings, But portraits of people, suddenly you can be like, okay, well they chose to depict this person in some way. The fact that this person was worth having their portrait taken, you know what I mean? That sort of thing. But I definitely think there are some forms of art and some examples of art that can't be political or politicized at all, or interpreted politically in any way without talking about the artist and the developer or the creator. And at that point, you're not talking about the art anymore, IMO. But anyway, let's move on. I'm enjoying the conversation, but let's move on. No one's been bad about it or anything, but let's just answer some more questions. What do you think of the new Twitch redesign, Datapon? It's okay. I don't hate it as much as other people do, but I'm not really enjoying it all that much either. But I don't really use Twitch that much outside of on the streamer end, and the dashboard hasn't changed. And I haven't refreshed my page yet on the other computer, so I still have the old chat box, recording chat on the other computer. But that computer needs to be restarted fairly often, so it's not going to last forever, but it's all right. Twitch redesign Gmail looking ass. It kind of does look like Gmail, you're right. Damn. Good observation. Hello, I have YouTube Premium and YouTube does not show me ads. Do you get anything from such use? Is YouTube Premium YouTube Red? Because if that's the case, yes. The revenue that I make from YouTube, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, so YOLO is pretty much split 50-50 between YouTube Red and ads. So if that counts, then yes. In fact, if you have YouTube Premium, it might be even more than if you were watching ads. I'm not sure. YOLO. You can force a different font with an extension. I find their new font really hard to read at small sizes. That's good that you can switch it. If Lily became a video game critiquer on YouTube and became infinitely more successful than you, would you concede a small part of you would be envious? Yeah, I think so for sure. Yeah. So I think that, okay, we talked about racism a little bit, so let's talk about how I'm sexist. So there's a little part of me that it was brought up in with some sexist ideals, and one of those sexist ideals that is ingrained in me is that the man should provide more than the woman. And there were times in the past where Lily brought in more money than I was, and I felt like a complete failure whenever we were in those stages. You know what I mean? So. And that's not right of me. I know that's sexist, and I know I shouldn't feel that way. But I know for sure that if we went back to that, it would bother me a little bit. Probably not as much as other people, but at least I hope so. But it would bother me a little bit. Yeah. So sorry. Used to be worse, but I've gotten over a bunch of that. He is
I think
self-aware.
it's human, though. I don't think it's necessarily sexist.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe it's sexist to think it's sexist. Maybe it has nothing to do with the sexes. Maybe it's to do with like I want to be, I want to contribute more.
Like I don't go to work anymore, and I feel kind of weird about it still. So, like I contribute in other ways, but I don't know. I wouldn't say, I don't know if I'm envious, but maybe I am a little envious that you have the channel. Because you contribute now, like it's all you. Like you're the one financing everything, whereas, you know, I used to, but now I help, but it's not the same, you know, as when I was bringing in an actual paycheck, you know?
Yeah,
it's
but
different.
I view it as being enabled by you. And
I
if
know
there's-
how
if
you
there's-
do.
yeah.
We've talked about this. I'm just saying, like, I don't see it as how I feel is because you're a man that you're bringing in the money, and I feel envious because, you know, I'm just a female who's not. I see it as kind of a human thing, you know, that you both kind of want to be equal. You know, you both kind of want to help and contribute and be a part of it, you know? Like I'm helping right now at 2:22 in the morning, so I am helping. But, you know, it's not a paycheck with benefits anymore, you know what I mean? It's a little bit different now.
It's more culturally sexist than personally. Yeah, probably. Boomer Joe in a Zoomer world. Ooh, that's an interesting question or an interesting point. Like, if I died, you'd inherit the channel. So let's ask them, because we've spoken about this a couple times because we're morbid fucks. So let's just poll them. Let's just open the floor to chat.
So
if I
Joe
died,
went to the corner store tonight to get some milk, and he got hit by a bus,
how should Lily cash out? How does Lily maximize? Because I can't make videos anymore, and Lily can't take over, so it's effectively done. So how should Lily cash out? Should she immorally just not say anything for as long as possible, so no one knows, or does she?
Joe has laryngitis; he can't talk.
Does she like say it and hope there's some sort of fundraiser, or like what? Like, what does Lily do? What do you think, chat? And this is not pre-recorded, and I'm not already dead. Say nothing. Keep running ads to the end of time. Lie, tell people you have a curable disease, guilt people into more Patreon donations, etc., then run and hide. Ooh. I'd watch a Lily review. Ooh, well, you could just start doing that. Yeah, just upload videos to the same channel.
But I have to play the games, and I don't know if I can.
Maybe it doesn't have to be games. Maybe it can be something else instead. Do you know what I wanted to make when we first started making the channel? I thought about this, and I still might do it because it's just such a crazy idea, and I really want to do it. Remember when we were in a really shitty apartment and we had bed bugs? I think I've spoken about this on stream once before, and the whole building had bed bugs. Every single unit had bed bugs, and I found a way to get rid of the bed bugs by following a really like lesser known online tutorial. And I was at the store one day, and I was speaking to one of our neighbors, and they were like, "Yeah, the fucking bed bugs. I had to throw out like $15,000 worth of furniture to get rid of them." And I was like, I just told him like, "Oh, I just did this," and he looked at me like I was a fucking wizard. And I was like,
That's
"Oh man!"
true, yeah, you did get rid of them,
And
we didn't have to throw out everything.
and it's like, I know it's becoming more of a problem. Apparently they're coming back now. The bed bugs used to be a really bad problem in the 40s and the 50s, I think, and then they went away, and now there's more and more people are having them. I was like, if I ever get big on a channel, I'm gonna do a PSA, and I'm gonna like widespread my get rid of your bed bugs tutorial. I'm gonna do it. I think I still might. But yeah, you could do that. You could do that sort of thing.
You know what? They're saying anime. Maybe I would watch anime, and I would actually talk about anime, because that would be a really good way to cash in, wouldn't it?
Maybe.
Because then I wouldn't really have to play games, and I would still kind of like hit a lot of your audience with the anime. Lily's waifu channel.
What did I do to get rid of them? I made some traps with like really really cheap materials. So you get like a 2-liter bottle of soda, empty bottle, and you fill it up with warm water and yeast, and you pour sugar in it to activate the yeast, and then you put a Ziploc bag over the top of the bottle, like an open Ziploc bag, that goes about that drapes down like halfway over the top of the soda bottle, and then you put that inside a Tupperware container that's large enough to house the whole bottle, and you tape paper towel to the outside edges of the Tupperware. So what this happens is that bed bugs are attracted to you from carbon dioxide emissions that from inhaling and exhaling, and the yeast in the sugar water, the warm sugar water, activates and creates carbon dioxide that will get trapped in the Ziploc bag and then will flow downwards out of the opening into and around the Tupperware trap. And then the bed bugs can climb up the paper towel that's taped to the outside of the Tupperware container, but then they can't climb back out again because they can't. Their little evil Nazi hooks can't get out of the task of Tupperware, and that's it. I put like 4 of those traps around the house, around the apartment, and it just smelled like a brewery in there for a little while. And there were fucking hundreds, maybe even thousands of the fuckers that went into the traps, and that was it. They were gone forever after that. They never came back. And that got rid of them. And it's really cheap to make too. You just have to put up with the smell. There's probably an even better way of doing it. Like, I saw all these tutorials and they're like, I just sleep on a plastic sheet. I was like, what? Like, yeah, I just sleep on a plastic sheet because I tried to put a plastic sheet over all my bedposts, and what the fuckers do is that they climb up the wall, go on the ceiling, and they Tom Cruise down from the ceiling on top of you onto the bed. So what I did was that I just sleep on a plastic sheet, and every morning I get up and I kill all of them that came on the plastic sheet when they landed on me. And they bit me all night, but that doesn't matter. I just fucking dealt with it for weeks, and eventually I had just killed them all because they get stuck on the plastic sheet. And I'm like, what? So that there must be a better way. So then I found that tutorial and I tweaked it a little bit for my own ends.
Life-saving. That was a game changer.
Just sleep in a room with that ceiling on my own. Yeah, exactly. Then you hear a little like bed bug sized helicopter. Zzz. What if they could fly?
Don't even. Don't say that.
Oh, by the way, I leveled up my dad's skill yesterday, chat. I killed a spider with my bare hands twice. Usually I used to like run for a tissue or something and be like, I don't want to touch the spider in case it bites me, but no, I just kill spiders with my bare hands now. I'm like, fuck it, I don't give a shit.
Landlord didn't do much for us there. It was a pretty
I'm not much of a dad.
shit apartment. Which is why we left in such a hurry.
The same spider? No, two different spiders. Two different spiders. There was one spider that I saw on the floor here, and it was going into the kids' room, I think. So I killed it while I was on the floor because I didn't want to risk running a tissue in case I lose sight of it and then I don't know where it is. I didn't have a spotter for me, so I just killed it with my bare hands. And then I went downstairs. I opened the back door to go on the back deck for something, and there was a spider on the outside of the door when I opened it, and it was much bigger than the other one. And I just smushed it before it could get away, before it could get inside the house.
One, not a spider. I think it was like an egg. I hate them so much.
Are you making dad noises yet?
Today.
Is that a Letterkenny reference? Because if it is, I got that reference, and you're gonna be so happy that I got that reference. Yeah, I make dad noises. Oh god, I hope that's a Letterkenny reference. At least you bought Spider Donut? Exactly. Just keep a lid on a Pringles can on my desk and toss them outside. Yeah, I shouldn't kill them. I should try and get them outside, but I don't know if I'm such a high-level dad yet to pick up a spider and take it outside. Like, smushing it's over real quick.
I had to kill one. And I took it outside and, like, flung it on the porch, but it kept trying to come back in.
Like, I'm sure this is going to shock so many of you, but I'm kind of neurotic. And if a spider bit me, I would be like, it's gonna be venomous, it's gonna be necrosis, it's gonna kick in, I'm gonna lose my thumb, like it's gonna be like, so yeah, I'm not there yet.
And then you would die, and then I would have to take over the channel.
Exactly.
Full circle.
Death by spider bite.
Because of the spider.
Do you think I'm neurotic? Am I neurotic?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh god.
Well, I'm a little neurotic, and you're more neurotic than I am.
Really? You think I'm worse than
I
you?
think you're worse than me.
Oh god, I'm really neurotic then. Oh god. Oh no, it really makes you feel like Spider Dad. All right, let's do one more Patreon question, assuming that's not too long. Oh no. How many do we have left? 1, 2, 3,
A lot.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We have 13 left, so we're halfway. Some of these are short though. This next one isn't. We should focus more on the Patreon questions, but this is supposed to be a month's worth, right? This
It's
is
a
supposed to
month's
be
worth,
4.
and we're supposed to do them every week now. So
Yeah.
if we only do a few every time, like, we'll still be okay.
So when we finish this, maybe we'll wait until the beginning of November, and then we'll do the prompt throughout October, and then we'll start November, doing every Friday
Yeah. Will we have
Would-
enough then?
with the new ones. I think we'll have enough. I think we'll be fine. I don't think there's gonna be a problem. Anyway, let's do Jackass, and then I think we'll call it because it's 2:30.
That's not what I heard.
Let's do Jack shit.
I heard Jackass, and I just looked to
Oh,
see if that
Jackass.
was actually his name. It's not. It's Jack S.
I'm
sorry, Jack. After Bumblebee, I wasn't really sure what to expect. Hey Joe, hope you are doing well, and as per last time, as Lily is not here, hope everyone in the house is feeling good for the new baby coming soon, and of course the looming release of Sekiro, right? I
Yeah.
said it wrong last time. Hope you enjoy yourself playing it like I will be. Anyway, on to the questions. Question 1. What are your thoughts as a representation in media and forced diversity? What are your thoughts as representation
I think it's on
on
representation.
representation?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. And media and forced diversity can be in games, books, films, etc. For me, the idea of forced diversity is a bit skewed because when viewed in the lens that it is portrayed that people of a diverse background are somehow different from the traditional norm rather than just another person. Additionally, as a consumer, representation is great for me as not only do I get more unique and diverse content and indulge in more stories, but also as a creator, it can open more doors for telling different stories.
Out of all the questions that have ever been asked, this is the one I want to answer the least. And I don't mean today. I mean all of them. It's a really good question, Jackass. But this is the one that I'm like, I really don't want to answer this. Because to go into detail on this, it's gonna be really thin ice to answer this. Let me think if I can find a way to answer at least part of it.
You can skip it. You don't have to. If it's cutting it too close, that's always a
No,
little
it's okay. I want
clause.
to give some answers. There's just certain things I don't want to address because it's a really difficult topic and it deserves a lot of attention and a lot of nuance and a lot of qualifiers. And it's going to be easy to come across as bigoted. So I don't really think that forced diversity is that bad. Okay. Does forced diversity exist? Absolutely yes. It's inarguable that it exists because we are living in a material world and I'm a material girl, and there are going to be people who are in charge of making decisions who think that putting diversity in their stories, their games, their movies, whatever, is going to win them points, and the points are going to be used to get more money, more profit, and there's probably investigations or workshops or studies or whatever they're called, focus group tests, I think that's it, that have been done that have proven, hey, if we do this, it's gonna do that. And there might even be focus groups that have looped around and be like, okay, if we do this, there's gonna be outrage, and outrage has sales, and it's a really good thing. We should definitely do it. So yeah, it's definitely a thing, but I think in almost all cases it's not really that big of an issue. It's not that big of a deal. So what's the opposite of forced diversity? Forced normativity. So this is something that I try to fight against when I write, which is that there's this assumption that a lot of people make, even if they're gay, that when they're consuming a piece of media, that every single character that they see in a piece of media is straight, is heterosexual until proven otherwise. And some people go the other way, and they like to be like, okay, every character is homosexual until proven otherwise. They default to whatever they are, you know what I mean? But like most characters in media are heterosexual, so they think, okay, they're gonna be, just assume it until they find out. And coming from a heterosexual male, when I write characters, unless there's a reason for it that I need to address going in, most of the characters when I write them start as a default as a heterosexual male, you know, because that's the perspective that I'm writing from. And to fight against that, as kind of hackneyed as this is, I assume that any character that I write now, I get into this mindset that any character that I write is bisexual until proven otherwise, and until it comes up, you know, and is female. That's what I default to, and by defaulting to that, I found that the characters in my books have a lot more diversity between men and women. Like that alone, you might think that means I have way more women than men, but it actually doesn't. It balances out about 50-50, because then I realize, okay, I actually need this character to be a man for whatever reason. You know, it might be a really unimportant reason, but I kind of need the character to be a man in this slight way. So therefore, it's no longer a woman, and that makes it about 50-50. So that's how I try to skew that. And some people might think that is forced diversity. Some people might not like what I just said, because they are viewing that a character isn't informed by or built off of their sexuality or their sex. And that's kind of why I don't want to answer the other question, because my probably controversial opinion is that your sex isn't your personality and your sexuality isn't your personality. And I really don't want to say any more than that, because it's a really difficult topic to get into, but that's how I feel. It definitely can be, especially in real life, as opposed to, you know, when you're writing media, and it's like when you're writing a book and a story, it's, unless it's really, really about real life, you know, like your characters aren't really going to be that informed by that. They're going to be characters for your own design and for your own reasons. And that's what I try to do, and that's where I kind of sit against it a little bit. So yeah, that's what I think. But I think forced diversity is mostly fine. You know, like it's, when have there, especially in video games, when has there ever been a video game where it was really, really important that the main character was a man, or the main character was white, or anything really? Like, is it really important that this character is a woman, or this character is black or Asian, or anything? Is it really important this character is straight? Is it really important this character is gay? And I would say that you would struggle real hard to get to 100 characters in all video games where that is important. I really, and 100 myself, that's a lot, but there's a lot of video game characters. There's a lot. So I think that there are definitely characters that it matters. I think even sometimes maybe not in really, really important ways. Could Joel be a woman? And could Ellie be a son? Could that be inverted? I think it could. I really think it could. Could Joel be a woman, and could Ellie still be a girl? And Joel's daughter at the beginning, it could be the same scenario, but Joel is a girl. You know? I think it could work. However, would it work as well, you know, with the story that they want to tell, with this slightly different relationship that fathers have with their daughters, especially a single father in that case? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's somewhat important to the story. It's not integral, but it's somewhat important to the story, and that would change the story. But that's like, I would really struggle to get to 100 characters, I think. And that there are a lot of characters in video games in all of them. So that's what I think. So it to me, forced diversity is, it feels a little icky sometimes, but only because of that reason I said at the beginning. I don't like it because I feel like almost every time it's someone some executive trying to make more money by scoring woke points, and that's what I don't like. It's not the diversity part itself that bothers me. It just seems so dishonest sometimes. But I mean, I would probably struggle to really name, like, off the top of my head where I think it is like that. It just kind of, you just watch a trailer or something and you're just kind of like, this feels wrong, you know what I mean? And the problem with feedback on the internet is that I feel like a lot of people just default to that when they see anything that isn't what they consider the norm. So it it gets into this feedback loop, which I really don't enjoy. But yeah, that's how I view it, and I think I'm not going to say anything more than that. Sorry, because I don't want to get into dicey areas, but that's how I feel, and hopefully that's okay. Hopefully.
When looking back at my childhood, spending time with my parents wasn't a major part of it. I played sport for several years, and my dad took me to games, and we had fun doing that for a while, but we never bonded over anything else except that. Mom was in a similar fashion of we would watch a movie but never really spend time together. Did you have a similar experience when you were a kid with your parents, and knowing that yourself and Lily want your kids to have siblings and a tight-knit family, want to spend as much time bonding, playing games, reading with them, etc.? Anyways, thanks, Joe. As previously said, hope you are enjoying Sekiro, and hope the Witcher video isn't causing too much stress. Have a good one.
Thanks, Jackass.
Just call him Jack.
Not Jackass. Thank you, Jack.
It could be on a first name basis. He called us by name. You can call him Jack. I like the name Jack, actually.
I like it too. I like the name Jack. I had a character named Jack, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
And Burke's fake name is Jack for a little while too. Yeah. My mom was, I guess you could answer this question too, right?
Yeah.
It's like Lily wasn't here, but you are here, so I guess you can answer this too. My mom was very, my mom was undiagnosed, but undiagnosed insane. So I don't really know what's wrong with my mom, and my mom's dead, so we'll never ever know. But there was something deeply, deeply wrong with my mom. My mom would fly off the handle on the slightest thing, with us, with my dad, with complete strangers even. So I don't really remember a time when my mom wasn't like that, but I didn't really realize it until later on, and it's kind of like in retrospect, I'm like, oh, that's what that was. So I don't know how she was as when I was a really young kid, but I just remember my mom being very kind of standoffish and fake loving, like loving with really steep conditions. Like any disagreement was met with just immediately amping it to 11. It just escalates to 11 right away. And I can get like that sometimes too. In fact, I think if you've watched all the streams, you've seen me get like that on stream, you know, like maybe not nearly as bad as my mom did, but there have been times where I've looked back and I've gone, yeah, I think I went too ham too fast here. You know, so I try very hard to not do that, especially with the kids, and I think so far I've been successful. My dad had a similar issue that I inherited, and I know that I inherited, and I spoke about this on stream once before, that my dad would just look at you, and if you were in a good mood and he could sense that you were happy, like he had a gland that, you know, that he could sense that things were going well for you, he would be like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking ruin this, and he would just say something and just jab at you and just do something just to fucking ruin it. And I get like that sometimes too. I don't think I've ever acted on it, but I felt the urge to, even with Lily and
You've said a couple
kids.
times, like, I don't think you were, but you've said a few times, like, I feel like maybe I'm getting like you know you were getting in that mindset or whatever, and I'm sorry. You know, like before
Okay.
you even really did it, you know, like there was nothing you had said that made me feel that way. But you felt that maybe you were being a little too hard, or you were kind of being a little joking a little too much, or you know, like kind of taking shots, or kind of you know that kind of you know that kind
Yeah.
of sense of humor that could be taken the wrong way. I've never seen you do it like the way that you think that you might do it, but
I mean, I'm just really, really
I think
aware
you're
of it.
really aware of
Yeah.
it, like hyper aware of it.
Because I noticed that
Like you apologize before you do it, you know, like
I noticed him doing it. I think when I was 15 was the first time I really noticed it, and it made like a lot of click things come into place. And I was like, oh, this is what he does. And I was like, I never want to be like this because I am very much like my father. Like, I hum all the time. I make stupid songs. I'm constantly singing some little tune. I fidget a lot. When I walk around the house, I'm like boop, 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 boop. Like I've always been like that even before I was a dad. I am very much like my dad, and that's part of it too. My dad was also really funny, and I like to think that I'm funny, but I don't think I really am that funny. I just think that I like to act like I'm funny. I like to make a lot of jokes, and my dad was the same way. But that would come with this really bad mean streak. That he would just like sense that things are going well, and he would just snap at you. And this isn't really answering your question, but it's related because it's like this is like these were my parents, and when I was really young, I don't really remember my mom really interacting with that much. She would just want to watch TV and smoke, and after my sister was born, almost all of her time went into looking after my sister because my sister was like fucking stupid, like borderline like special ed, you know, when she was younger, you know, didn't learn to read properly until she was like fucking 12 or something. Like I maybe I'm exaggerating, but it was at the earliest 8, okay, like really 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 late that she learned to read, you know. And it's like, so she would struggle in school a lot, and I didn't struggle at all. So I was the real easy kid, you know. I would come home, and you know, I would do my homework by myself, or if I even had homework, because I was really good at completing the tasks in school. So, but my sister wasn't like that. So my mom would just have to spend like literally hours, especially after we were in Canada, because this may surprise a lot of you actually, Canada's curriculum and Canada's school system is a lot more demanding than in the UK. The only thing that it's more demanding in the UK is that in most classes, I think the only exception is like an English class, which you have like a midterm essay, but you have multiple terms too per year. In almost all classes, your grade is determined 100% by the final exam. 100%, all on that one last test. So that is the only way that British curriculum was more difficult than Canada. Every other way, Canada was way more demanding. Like, it's not even close. Like how much they just throw at you, you know? Like, I'm pretty sure there were some weeks where I like in 1 week in Canada, I learned more than I did in the same class in like 3 months in Britain. You know, that's how much they push more in Canada. So like we came over to Canada, and like suddenly my mom has to spend like like literally just the whole night when she comes home from school with my sister. So like that was my mom gone, but she wasn't really like doing anything with us before then. It was just like this is what she's doing now instead of just smoking and watching TV, and like that. So like really really bitter that this was gone. Like sometimes she would come and ask me to help because, you know, you've done this, you know, why don't you help her? And me and my sister had a really really toxic relationship because of my parents, because they wouldn't discipline properly. My parents did this really fun thing where if one of us did something wrong, the other one would be in trouble too. So it was just amazing. Like, I'm pretty sure someone just out loud said oof listening to this when they heard that. Like, that was just great. And so like, yeah, so most of the time it was my sister would pick a fight and she would just go for it, and then it would just be like just
crazy, just high escalating stakes because my mom would just fly off the handle. And so I didn't have a good relationship with my sister, so very politely, whenever they would come, help your sister, fuck off, you know what I mean? Like, this isn't happening. And then there would be a lot of stress and a lot of screaming. Like, my mom used to just, like, my sister would come home from school, and like my sister would lie and say, oh, I don't have homework today, and then after dinner she would be like, yeah, by the way, I do have homework, and they would just come out and they would just scream at each other for hours and hours and hours. So that was my relationship with my mom, so there wasn't really anything really going there. My dad worked a lot, and he was gone for most of the time, but when I was younger, my dad did spend a lot of time with me. He would read to me. When we first got video games, he would play the games with me. We would play some board games. We would I remember playing cards a little bit with him. He taught me how to play chess formally after I tried to teach myself by playing battle chess on the Atari STE, and then he kind of helped me a little bit after, like, I couldn't understand castling, because the computer was like, I'm like, how can the computer do this? Like, I don't understand this move, and he like filled in the gaps of my knowledge after I was after I tried to learn how to play it with Battle Chess. Battle Chess was a great game, by the way. But then after we moved back, I think around the same time that my sister started having all these school problems, my dad became very aloof, and he stopped. We stopped doing things. Like, we wouldn't watch TV. We wouldn't do anything together. Like, it was just nothing. So I don't know what happened there. He would spend a lot of time with my mom after that, which is weird because they would fight all the time. It was weird. They would fight, and then I think a lot of millennials had this experience with their parents, because I think Lily had the same experience too. They would just fight, like, these epic, like, world-ending fights, like, for hours. Throwing things and screaming at each other, and very, very rarely, like, it would get physical, but, like, I want to stress, very, very rarely. And then, like, 2 hours later, they would be smoking and drinking in front of the TV and talking like they were all pals again. Like, it was weird. Weren't they like that a little bit though? Like, sometimes, or is it that they would, if you try to try anything, suddenly they were best friends and they would gang up on you? Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's what
they would
is.
Unite against me, but there was no resolution to their fights, like 99% of the time. Maybe there was the odd one here and there, but their fights would just end because weeks had passed and they'd forgotten really what they were mad about.
Yeah.
They never really resolved it, so they would wind up in different rooms watching different things, or watching the same thing on different TVs in different rooms, just so they didn't have to sit in the same room with each other.
See, my parents weren't like that. Like, they did get separated once briefly before they finally did get divorced, and there were times where it was really awkward. And toward the end, right before they got divorced, they were like that. But like, for years, they would have this weird kind of like, we're gonna fight, and then and then everything's gonna be fine, and then the next day we're just gonna go through it all over again. But yeah, so I didn't really do much with my parents when we got older. We still did things like, especially when we lived in Canada, because we had other family that was very, very active. So we would go, like, every so often we would go to a theme park or something, and we would have an outing like that, and that was kind of nice. And I remember I really, really, really wanted more attention from my dad. I really wanted to learn how to drive, and I really wanted to like, let's play a game together, or let's talk about this, or I'm doing this in school, and he just didn't give a shit. So that was around the time that he really started drinking more too. So I don't know, he was probably in a depressive funk, probably because he was stuck with my mother, who was just, I can't overstate enough just how completely batshit she was. So looking back, I don't really blame him, but I also don't want anything to do with him anymore either. So yeah, I don't, most of my finally answer the other half of your question, I don't really think about how I want to spend a lot of time with the kids. I do have these scenarios in my head where, I play Yoshi's Crafted World with Finn, we read him stories, we have conversations now. It's really cool to have conversations with Finn. I'm looking forward to playing, like, card games and board games, and we're going to learn this activity together, and recently we started playing catch. I was teaching him how to catch, which is something that my dad never did with me. We never played catch, which is so weird because it's such a father-son thing to do, and Finn picked it up really quickly, and even Leo was getting in on it, even though Leo's not even 3 yet. So I definitely have a lot of things that in mind that I want to do, but they're more like in the future, and right now it's just like I just really want them to have a stable life growing up. Lily and I don't fight, like maybe once a year. Like, we just don't, because we just decided not to. We do disagree, and you know there are times where it can get heated, but it's like, you know, we're just not going to do this, you know, like it's just not worth it. So maybe that'll change in the future. I fucking hope not, but yeah, like no one goes into a relationship thinking, yeah, we're going to fight all the time, right? But yeah, I hope so. So that's my main priority, is having them have a stable upbringing and a stable family. Someone's saying that's rough in chat. Not really. It probably sounds worse than it did. You know, like I wasn't ever like. There's way worse. I know that sounds so trite. Like, of course, there's always going to be way worse. But I was never like sexually or physically abused. You know, like we were, you know, corporal punishment, right? That was a thing in our household. Corporal punishment, in case anyone doesn't know it, or I'm getting the term wrong, I should explain it, is, you know, like physically reprimanded. Like that was a thing. Like sometimes my dad would hit me, sometimes my mom would hit me, but it was never like you're gonna get beat, you know, like you know what I mean. So, and like I said when I mentioned this last week, you know, sometimes I look back and I'm like, yeah, I kind of deserved that. I was being a real shit. But yeah, like that sort of thing. But yeah, again, not to undersell it either. Like my parents were fucking toxic and horrible for each other, especially my mother. And like if we're talking about emotional abuse, like, oh yeah, definitely later in life. But it could be way worse. So like, yeah, I try not to have a pity party about it. Case in point, I think Lily had it worse, but I don't think Lily should speak as in depth as I did, because now I sound like an asshole saying you don't want to speak. I have a better reason for that, but yeah.
I don't even know what I want to say anyway.
Well, did your parents spend a lot of time with you, and what, or just focus on what you want to do with the kids? Maybe how much time you want to spend with them with activities. You already do some.
My parents, we were fine when I was a kid, when I was really young. I don't remember a lot, but what I remember wasn't bad. I was like 9 or 10, I guess, when I was 9. I was 9 when they started fighting a lot, and they were fighting about their parenting. They couldn't figure out a way to discipline my brother, and my brother was very pushing the boundaries all the time. How can I manipulate them, get his way, and then brag about it in private, you know, and then they would fight, and then it was, oh, I hate my life, I want to kill myself, I'm causing all these problems, I should just disappear, and then you'd feel sorry for him, and then you'd forgive him, and it was just this, like, circle of just bullshit, and the fighting got worse, and my mother was very influenced by her parents. She still is, as far as I understand, and their values, and they were very strict with her growing up, so she was very strict with us growing up. But she's the only person that I know who was very distant, yet overly controlling. So in a way it was like she cared, but she only really cared how it related to her, or so it felt like. And even as an adult, I'll say that she might not have believed what her parents believed, or, you know, wanted what her parents wanted, but she would push it on us anyway just to please them. And she was constantly comparing us to other family, and why can't you be more like your cousins, and they can swing A's and work at the same time, why can't you, you know? And meanwhile, I'm sure their parents weren't fighting like my parents were, or if they were, they hid it really well, you know, because it was really hard to get straight A's in school when you had to wait until 1 or 2 in the morning to do your homework, because that's when they would go to sleep, because otherwise you'd have to deal with them fighting, and your mother crying, and your father storming out, and, you know, all that stuff. So
can I say one thing here?
Yeah.
I can back this up so hard that they were so into their fighting together that the first time I went over to Lily's house, they were fighting.
Yeah, they didn't care if anyone heard them.
The first time.
As long as you weren't a relative. If you were a relative, we would have to lie. They would make us lie to the family. Guilt us into it. You know, you don't want us to look bad, do you? You don't want the family to think that we're bad parents, do you? You don't want Children's Aid to get involved and take you away, do you? So we would have to lie and pretend that my father had just thrown his back out and that's why he couldn't come to dinner again, you know, like that kind of thing. But there were times when I was young that they were good, and I had a lot in common with my dad, actually. He liked to read, and he had lots of story ideas, even though he never wrote them. He would tell me ideas that he would like to write about, and he really liked history, and he liked old like movies. You know, we used to really like Clark Gable, and we would watch Gone with the Wind together. And I actually was just thinking the other night that I bought him a gift set, like a box set on Clark Gable movies about 8 years ago. And we were supposed to watch them together, and we don't talk now. So I wonder if he'll ever watch them, or if that was just money down the drain. Well, we didn't have any money to really spend in the first place, because we were supposed to do that together, and he was waiting for me to watch these movies, and we never got around to it. So that was kind of a weird thought. My mother was very come home from work, get dinner on, get on the phone with her mother every single night for at least half an hour, and just talk half in English, half in Macedonian, so you couldn't understand what she was saying. And even though you knew it was about you, because you'd hear your name from time to time, and then just this ramble of Macedonian. And I don't know, I talked to her a lot when I was a teenager. I was really depressed when I was younger, so, and I would bottle things, so my solution to this was to probably overshare with her when I was a teenager, because, you know, this one said this in school today, oh, that guy I like looked at me and we talked for a bit, and oh, you know, he's going here on the weekend, maybe I can go too, and you know, that kind of thing, right? Like when you're like 15, right? Like the things that you might come out with. But she would constantly leave the room, and you knew she wasn't listening, you know? So again, she would pretend she was interested. To everyone else in the family, she would act interested. Oh, I'm such a great mother. I've sacrificed so much for my kids. But you never really felt like she was paying attention. And even as an adult, when I would visit after I moved out, the TV would go on the minute I walked in the door. And they would just sit there and watch TV. And you would be interrupting the program then if you wanted to say something. To the point that the last couple times I was visiting, I would actually ask them if they could keep the TV off the whole time I was there. Because why am I here if we're just going to watch something I could watch at home by myself? So, like, I'm here to see you, right? I'm here to socialize with you. I'm not here to watch you know, Seinfeld episode again, you know, like it was the same Big Bang Theory again. So
What's the real crime? Watching Big Bang Theory so much?
They would just, they wouldn't talk. They would just sit there, both of them, and just smoke, and just, you know, sit there and smoke and watch it. And my dad would drink, and my mother would get up at some point to call her mother and ask us to turn the TV down, because now she couldn't talk on the phone in the same room to her mother, even though we were watching it first, even though I didn't want to be watching it. But yeah, so my thing with the kids is I don't want them to ever feel that they're being an inconvenience, and I don't want them to feel that I'm not paying attention. So I try really, really hard, even when I'm making dinner or something, they'll come in and they'll play on the floor, and you know, they'll be telling me things, and look at this, look what I built, look what I made. They're playing with magnets on the fridge. They're building rocket ships out of these magnets. And today I made them another paper crown that they can rip, because, you know, he was building another monster and he wanted a crown for his monster. And you know, I try to, even if I have to drop things to do it, I want them to feel that they are being, that they're important enough that I will stop what I'm doing if I can, to give them that attention and to read them the story and to enjoy them as much as I can, because I feel like from 10 onward that I was maybe more of a nuisance. You know, like these are the people that you know, I'm going to kill myself, Mom. Oh, well, don't do that. You know, like maybe I should go talk to someone, Mom. Oh, I think you're just too sensitive. You know, like they didn't really put too much stock in anything. And I do have to wonder about my own mental health issues now that no one else in the family has, that are supposed to be hereditary if they were brought on in some way by my family, right? So the problems that we had, if I didn't cope well, or, you know, they sparked something, because I find it really, really interesting that nobody else seems to have the same problems that I do. So I don't want any repeats. If I screw the kids up in a different way, that's one thing. You know, you're gonna screw up. You're not gonna be a perfect parent, but
Yeah,
I want to screw up in a different way. I don't want to make the same mistakes that my parents made with me.
And is this something you're looking forward to doing with them? Any future activities? That isn't Monopoly?
Maybe swimming or something. Going somewhere, taking them somewhere.
Swimming's gonna be fun.
If they get really excited. Like, we do a lot of stuff, like, because I have the most of the day, right, by myself. Like, Joe comes down and he hangs out with us, and then he goes back to work. But I look after them all day. So we do a lot of the imaginary play, and Leo will bring me plastic food to eat, and we'll read a story. We play Stardew, and I'm teaching them more now. I'm trying to teach them the months and the holidays and the days of the week. That's our main focus right now. And, weather, stuff like that. So we do a lot of like kind of preschooly things. Painting now. We've been doing painting, coloring, matching games, stuff like that. But we don't really go out very far because here you need a car to kind of go everywhere. So we don't really take them too far out of the house. And I think it would be really fun for them to go to a theme park and go into a water park or go swimming or something like that. I think they would be really excited about that, and I would like to see that. I'd like to see them get all like, oh wow, that's cool.
They really like the play areas that Blippi goes to. Should probably take them on one of those.
An indoor
yeah, indoor
play place or
yeah.
something.
I wonder if they're still open in the winter. You have to dust off your snow pants.
And just trying to keep them to have a good relationship too. Trying not to pick favorites. Trying not to just assume one was being bad over the other one. You know, just because one was crying first, did he start it? You know, like, because again, a lot of the stuff that Joe described with his sister, I had too. Like, I had my brother causing problems and kind of getting away, like just sliding through everything all the time. So I don't want them. It led to a lot of resentment between us. So, and I have a better relationship now with my brother than Joe has with his sister, but because you know they don't have a relationship at all, and I have somewhat still of a relationship. Again, a lot of the problems with my brother I just view as if we had different discipline and stuff, you know, that maybe he wouldn't have behaved the way he did. It wouldn't have caused the problems he did. It kind of goes around in a loop, right? Like, things wouldn't have gotten maybe as bad as they did. I wouldn't have had to leave when I did, the way I did. Well, our relationship might be better, you know, so I don't want Finn and Leo to have that problem, or Kate and Finn and Leo to have that problem.
Wow, this is a pretty big oversight. Huh. Anyway, I study cognitive sciences. There's a particular gene related with stress coping that is hereditable, only expresses itself in stressful childhood conditions, and alter how the medial prefrontal cortex shapes. Oh man.
Just find it interesting. I went to see a new psychiatrist the other day. I didn't have one here since we moved, and because I need someone to prescribe my medication. And back in Toronto, my family doctor was handling all of that, but now I don't have a family doctor here to do it. So I finally got in to see someone, and they handed me all this paperwork to fill out. Like, it was so thorough. It was way more thorough than anything I'd ever had to fill out before, and asking about, you know, family mental illnesses, and list the relative, list the relationship, list exactly what is diagnosed or undiagnosed in them, you know. And again, it's like, maybe undiagnosed, it's there, but bipolar is supposed to be hereditary. It's supposed to be that it takes something usually to bring it out in you. You know, you're not just like you come out of your mother and like you're bipolar, but like the tendencies are there, you know, and it makes me wonder why I'm so lucky and they aren't, you know, that I can't trace it to any relative in my family. Like, some of them are depressed and anxious, but nobody has the whole package. So it makes me wonder if I didn't cope well or something, or, you know, something happened as I was growing up with them fighting all the time, and I bottled it maybe, or maybe if I had gotten help when I was first depressed when I was like 12, you know, maybe things would have been different. But because I didn't get any help and I just kind of lived with it for so long, maybe I made it worse. You know, I don't know. But it does make me wonder where the link is in the family, and then if I'm going to pass it to my kids or not, because maybe I won't, you know. If no one passed it to me, then maybe I'm just you know, one-off, you know. But that's really interesting, that can happen with stress.
I think someone said I feel like I should thank you for your honesty, something like that. I feel like I should apologize. It's like,
yeah, this went on a while. Sorry, I said I didn't know what to say, and then I kind of rambled because I didn't know what to say.
For me, it's like I just feel like, yeah, it's, I don't know if it's interesting or not, but it's like people ask, and it's like, okay, well, let's be honest, because maybe it'll help someone that had the same kind of issue, you know. Like, it's nice to be able to help someone with that in that way. Maybe it will. I don't know. Anyway,
No, there's no placebo. I have a diagnosis. I'm just saying, like, it's supposed to be hereditary, so.
are there any questions from chat that we missed? And we'll answer them until I lose in the game, and then we will call it. And then we'll continue next week. We're going to try and do these every Friday, like I said. Even if there are no questions, we're going to try and do it every Friday. and we'll just take questions from chat, or we'll take questions from Twitch. But I should set something up on the Discord so we always have a run of questions. I think that's a good format to do. We'll just do it every Friday. I think it's easier. I don't know. We didn't discuss this part of it, Lily, but doing them 3-4 nights a month is really hard if they're in a row, or we're trying very hard to get them in a row. But one night a week seems much more manageable, even though it's the same amount of time. Do you agree?
Yeah.
So I think that's better. And we're usually up this late anyway because it takes a long time for Kate and Finn, and sometimes Leo, to fall asleep. So it's not too bad. We can do it every night, obviously, because it is kind of taxing, but it should be fine.
I really appreciate this honesty. It's a different perspective. I grew up without a father, though my mother was an excellent parent. Makes me wonder if 2 toxic parents is worse than a missing parent.
I have no way of knowing that, but I kind of want to say that maybe it is. I don't know.
Can't really know. I guess until she lived both.
I'm wondering if even one excellent parent is better than one excellent parent and one toxic parent. I don't know. I guess the experience is still worthwhile, right? I have no idea. How long before Finn starts going to school? How do you think Leo is going to handle it? Our current plan is to actually homeschool the kids, but not forever, up to a certain age, and then they go to school. So I think the current plan is that we're trying to homeschool for primary school, and then they go to school in high school.
I've just entered a relationship with a woman that is bipolar. I was a bit frightened when I learned, but I feel better now. I was wondering if you had tips about being in a relationship with a bipolar. That's cute. I like that, with a bipolar. I hope this doesn't come across as insensitive. Not at all.
Oh, absolutely not. Your bipolar needs regular feeding, regular watering, regular hugs, regular attention. Every person is going to be different, and every mental illness is going to be different too. You know,
You can have 2 people with exactly the same diagnosis, and they can both present the opposite. Like it's so diverse. If you're bipolar 1, if you're bipolar 2, if you get it every couple months, if you get it every couple days, you know, like it's people are all over the place with that. But I would say just remember that when that person is in an episode, that it's a chemical issue. There can be a trigger of sorts that something has set them off, but for the most part, it is a chemical imbalance, and they can't control it, and it might not be happening for any reason that they can be aware of. Lots of times I am depressed and I don't know why I'm depressed. I am crying and I don't know why I'm crying. I have energy and I'm angry and I'm irritable and I want to wash the floor and clean the ceiling at the same time, and I don't know why. You know, like there's no reason for it. So just lots of hugs, lots of reassurance, lots of I'm not going to leave yous. Let them ask the same questions over and over again. You know, are you mad at me? You know, am I being annoying? You know, these kinds of things. You can tend to really worry about what the other person is going to feel and think about you, because you can't control it, you can't fix it. So it's not like something's happening in life that you can just fix, you know, and then it's all better, because it's never going to be all better. And even on medication, it's not perfect either. You know, things unbalance, you can still cycle on medication. So there's never really going to be a fix. So that's all I would say. I feel better when I have reassurance and Joe says, I'm not mad at you and here's a hug and you're doing fine. Like lots of positive reinforcement, you know. Tell her she's doing great. Tell her it'll be over soon. Tell her it's not real. It might feel real to her, but it's not happening for any reason other than hormones and chemicals. And good luck. And there's nothing to be scared of. We're not as crazy as media likes to make us out to be. Or at least I'm not.
I think you should treat it, any mental illness that presents itself in episodes, that you should try and remember it or view it as this person has a flu that never goes away. And sometimes the flu kind of recedes a bit, but it's always going to be kind of like lingering there, like a little cough that never goes away or a little aching that never goes away. And then there will be flare-ups where the flu symptoms will really come back. Mm-hmm. And it's important to view it like that for 2 reasons. The one is that it's going to come and go, and it's never really going to go away. And the second reason is that it makes you view it as an actual illness, that you never get mad at someone for having the flu. You never like, oh god damn it, why can't you just shake this fucking flu, why are you coughing, come on, stop coughing. And it's important to view it like,
and it can feel like a flu. I just
Yeah.
like when I'm on a very severe day, when you're very severely manic or hypomanic, I get where I'm shaking and I can't stop shaking. I feel like I can't stop moving. Like I feel like it's a very physical thing. You can't keep your thoughts straight. You can't breathe. You're so anxious. And then when you're really depressed, I feel like I have the flu or I have a virus. I ache everywhere. Everything hurts. My skin hurts. I'm exhausted. I just want to sleep. It's like you have a really awful flu. So again, there are physical and mental symptoms too. That people don't really talk about that. I didn't know that was a thing until a couple years ago when I actually asked, and it was a thing. I thought it was just me, but it's actually not. It's a thing. That's how I know it's really bad. If I feel like I have the flu, then I'm like, okay, this is going to be a really bad day.
if you don't have any experience with mental illness, then the best way I can make you understand, because I think this is a universal experience, and it's overwhelmingly likely that you've had this experience. So anxiety is like this. I've said this before on stream. Sorry if it's repeated content for some of you. Anxiety is like this. Do you know when you're outside and you're doing the pat down where my keys, wallet, phone, or whatever it is you keep your money in your pocket, and you do a pat down and you realize that something isn't in your pocket that should be, and you have this momentary, oh my god, where are my keys? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. That's what anxiety feels like, except it happens for no reason and it doesn't go away. So just imagine you're just sitting at your computer or you're just trying to sleep and you just get that feeling out of nowhere and it's not going away. And that's what it's like to be mentally ill when it presents with anxiety. Mm-hmm. So it's like, I think usually when I say that, it makes sense to someone and they're like, oh shit, like that's really difficult, to deal with. But yeah, that's I'm sure it's not perfect. I've had some anxiety, mostly fairly recently actually. I started having first anxiety, but it's mostly about being a father and what we discussed last week happened with Leo. But mostly I'm fine. I don't really get depressed. Well, sometimes with narcolepsy, but not really. Anyway, let's there was something else about homeschooling, and then we have some subs and bits to read.
Yeah, just one thing really fast.
Sure.
Nicodelic, it does happen that you become resistant to the medication, and you'll need a tweak every now and then, either a new medication or a new dosage. But I find it'll kind of happen like that for a little bit, and then you'll have like a long stretch, in my experience, of that you'll be okay for a while. You'll start to slip kind of gradually, and then you'll need a little tweak again. Like I needed a lot more at the very beginning when I went on medication, and then now I'll go like a year or more before I need anything. And then you kind of have to wait too, like, do you really need it, or can you kind of coast a little bit still on what you're on and just be aware that it's not perfect, like maybe you can stretch it even longer than that. But yeah, I think that's totally normal. I've heard lots of things about that, if people needing some kind of a buffer or like a booster or something like that.
Someone asked, when's the Sekiro video? Excited to see what you think. It'll be after the Witcher video. It's been delayed for reasons I've said a couple times tonight actually, so I don't want to get back into it again, sorry. But yeah, it'll be at some point after the Witcher video. Homeschooling is basically illegal in Italy. Can you explain to me more of why you would do it? I've mostly seen it in deeply religious families. Are you going to have teachers coming home? Yes, we are very interested in having tutors and the kids going to clubs, like joining sports teams, that sort of thing, whichever one they are interested in, take to, so they have a lot of social interaction. But both of us view those school those school years of the kids' lives, especially the way that the Canadian education system is going, that the teacher is just a glorified babysitter. That's what it is for at least for the first 4 years of school, maybe even the first 6. And the class sizes are getting to the point now where they're like, when I was a kid, like, oh my god, there's 30 people in a class, 30 kids in a class. Now we're getting up to like 40, in a class, and I just don't feel like it's gonna be worth it, and it's not gonna be worth the risk of sending them to school, because there's we're a little worried about that too. Lily and I had somewhat bad experiences with administration in schools, and I'd rather not expose the kids to that early. And honestly, I think we could do a better job for the first few years. Definitely not for later when we get into specialized stuff. Absolutely not. But this early on, I would say I'm confident up to grade 4, maybe grade 6, that we could do a better job with
Again,
teaching them and with getting tutors and everything.
right? Like it's like 1 to 40 and 1-on-1, right? So
Yeah.
there's curriculum online. You can go on to the government websites and you can find out the curriculum for each grade, per province as we are here. Like it would be like per state in the U.S. There are books you can get to that have different techniques and stuff like that. You can actually purchase the curriculum from a school and kind of piggyback on them if you want to, but we don't really want to go that way, but it's an option. Been doing a lot of reading about it actually. And then if there is something that I cannot teach or that Joe cannot teach, then there's the option of bringing in a tutor and having them work one-on-one with somebody who's more educated. And if you need that more, and more, I guess, then that's a sign that it's time to get ready to go to school.
So we definitely want to train people for certain subjects, and that glorified babysitter line was actually told to me by a teacher. That got in my head that early on. Actually, it was a teacher that told that to me, and I was like, oh shit, man. Like,
We're home anyway. Joe's working, and I have stuff to do too. But between the two of us, we should be able to. Like, how many hours in school are you actually learning, and how many are you having recess and having lunch and having recess again, and then just sitting at your desk doing quiet time while the teacher helps one-on-one or answers questions and stuff, right? So and there's a lot of, per province, they want different things too. They want different documentation and stuff too, and some of them really monitor you as well, so you don't slip through the cracks, and then when you do try to put them back in school, they're at the same level as the students they should be at. For kindergarten, grade 1, grade 2, like you can teach multiplication and fractions and stuff yourself, and there's books and stuff to teach you and refresh you if you need the refresher too to teach them. Or, no, we're in New Brunswick now.
New Brunswick. Yeah.
Yeah, we're hoping to teach them some French, because French is our second language here. And Duolingo is my friend on that. So, and there's also like Rosetta Stone, and again, you can always get a tutor, right?
We're gonna have to get a tutor for that, yeah.
No, but you can start them like at the same level like they would have started in grade 3, grade 4. You could start them with the basic bienvenus and stuff. But eventually they'll need a tutor because we don't speak. We're not fluent in anything in any language. So, but you can start them, is what I'm saying, because when I was in school, they started in grade 4. You started with the very basic French. So, Finn is 4, so you didn't even learn it at his age yet. So.
Really quickly, just to add on to this, and then I'll be done. I think that teaching is one of the most important professions that there is. Because I don't want anyone to think that I devalue teachers by making this decision. However, the shitty opinion, part of this opinion that I have, is that I think teachers are incredibly important, and that they should be paid way more than they are because of that importance. However, that's with the caveat that most teachers that are currently teachers wouldn't make the standard, and that it should be paid way more to attract more talent and to have way better teachers. Because I have known some amazing teachers in my life, but I have known way more really, really shitty teachers. So that's my view on teachers. And apologies if you are a teacher. I'm sure if you have the taste to be here at a Joey Anderson stream this late at night, that you're fantastic. You're one of the good ones. But that's my opinion on teachers, and I'm very lucky to have had some of those teachers in my life. Even some of the bad ones, actually, because you can learn important lessons from having negative authority. Bad authority figures. I feel like I've learned quite a bit from that. But yeah, that's my view. Anyway, so I need to pause the game so I can read out bits, but let me get out of here. Is there any other question we missed from chat often tonight? It's a shame how teaching isn't seen as a higher profession, especially in the USA, Canada. Yeah, it should be. It definitely should be. 100% there. Yeah. like teaching to me should be maybe not quite the same prestige as doctor, but honestly maybe. I feel like university professor is about the same as doctor. Would you say that, Lily? Like, if I was out somewhere and I met someone and I was like, I'm
Because
like,
they
yeah, what do
are
you do?
often a doctor anyway, right?
And I'm like,
they're,
what?
they're PhD,
Oh, I mean,
a lot of them too.
well, I mean medical doctor.
No, I mean that they do have that prestige though too, right? Like they have a title and
Yeah.
they go to school, a lot of school to be a university professor. Because you're kind of a specialist in your field, right? And you often write journals and articles and books and stuff like that too, right? But yeah, no, I agree. I think there should be more prestigious, and I think there should be better equipped. Again, like it's, how do you teach all those people? You know, when you have 40 people in a class, how do you do your job well if you're not given the tools to do your job well? Like it's a lot to ask of anybody to do that. But it just seems like I'm here anyway, and the first few years anyway, like here you start kindergarten at 5. Finn wouldn't even be in school yet. If we were putting him in school, he would be in preschool. So I got all these workbooks and stuff now for preschool, and pre-K and all this stuff, and learning how to print, learning how to trace, and the very basic math stuff, and
Oh, we should tell him he memorized the book. Like he can read it. It's like I can read the book, but no, he memorized the book. Clever boy.
Yeah, he knows the story.
I read the book, okay, and he read it, and I'm like, what? And like he just memorized the whole thing.
He knows what happens on each page, and he just makes it up.
Clever boy. You gonna teach cursive? I don't think so. No, I think cursive is a complete waste of time. Oh my God, there's a wave 3. I think we're done.
But there's so many resources online now too. I feel better about it just because of things like Duolingo and Khan Academy and stuff. That these are things that are designed, to teach. It's not just like there's some structure to them. There's tests,
Cursive is a massive waste of time. Yeah, I think so too. We have to learn cursive, and we learned cursive in primary school, and I'm a little skewed because I kept moving between different schools, between Canada and the UK. But I remember learning cursive in primary school, and then in high school, every single teacher saying, "Don't write in cursive," and it's like, what? And then yeah, so that was fun.
Yeah, we could try to teach typing. We learned typing in school.
I didn't learn typing in school. Joe does not type with all of his fingers on the keyboard. Sorry to disappoint you. I think at most I use... At most times I use about 3 on each hand. Like, I can use all of them for specific keys, but... like, I'm not the one that... I don't put my fingers on F and J and type, with all of my hands. No, I'm not like that.
But again, they might be back in school, right? Like, by the time they need to learn that anyway. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know what year, I don't remember. I think I was like 8 or 9 when we learned typing. And that was like a big deal because the computers were brand new in the computer lab, and like, we had computers.
We're done.
Showing my age.
We're done. Oh, there's a really big bit donation. I'm sorry, Whaley. Holy shit, I haven't looked over there in a while.
An answer
Oh, man.
cannot be expected.
Okay, let's
to a
skip this.
question unanswered.
So I'm really not feeling this game, chat.
The anticipation.
I feel like the game is grinding. I feel like I have to
He
grind.
wondered whether he should
I feel like there's
attempt
no
turn
way
over
to
see
skill your way through this
the
game.
hard
You have to
decision
grind it out. Like,
now
and skill only
became
matters a
even
little bit for
harder
pushing through areas
all
sooner.
the years he
I'm
had
not really
spent
feeling it.
inebriated.
Maybe there's something to do with runes and gems that I'm not using properly and using the power up abilities, but yeah, I'm not really feeling it. Thank you to Wally. I think it's Wally or Whale E 110 for the new sub with Prime, and then gifting 2,500 bits. That was an hour ago. I'm so sorry. I hope you're still here, because holy shit, we seem rude right now and very un-Canadian.
Sorry.
Sorry, Wally. Or some say Whaley. Is someone mowing their lawn at 3:30? What's that noise? My fucking neighbor just lives to mow his lawn, man. 3 times a week he's out there pushing that fucking lawnmower. Just lives to mow his
They're
lawn.
here. Okay, enough. They're here.
Okay, sorry.
Gonna miss it again.
Thank you, Ailey. You're here. Okay, good. Thank you very much, and I'm glad that you're still here. Thank you for the new sub, and thank you so much for the 2,500 bits with a message. Thanks for all the great videos. I couldn't Patreon for a while, so this is to make up for it.
That's
You
nice.
didn't have
to do that.
You didn't have to do that, Whaley. Thank you so much. You didn't have to do that. Just any patron sub at any point ever is far more than anyone else. You know, like don't yeah. That's really generous of you. Thank you, Whaley. Thank you. Thank you, Captain Charon for the 5-month resub. Pride Wing L Maxi Party Pride Wing Right. What's Maxi Party? Someone made it Angel. I smell something vaguely weeby here. Can we do that again, Captain Charon? Are you still here, or does someone else have that? Thank you, Faustin, for the new sub with Prime. Or Faustin? Are you the same Faustin from Discord? Or is it a new Faustin?
Is it Faustin? I always thought it was Faustin. Is it Faustin? I've
Maybe,
been thinking it wrong in my head all this
Maybe
time.
it's Faustin. I don't know. Like Faust?
Is it Faust or is it
Faustin?
I don't know.
Maybe someone will tell us, and we'll become
They'll spell it like it is spelled right there, and I still won't know.
ever so slightly cultured, which means we're still in the negatives, but we're closer to zero. Closer. Thank you very much, new sub Prime. Welcome to Prime Time. Thank you, Elephant Doom, for the 21-month resub. 21 months, that's a lot of months. Twitch keeps telling me to share this. It is a lot of months. Thank you, Elephant Doom. Does Twitch really? The box keeps popping up whenever you're here, saying, hey, you resubbed, send a message. Thank you, Ralph Cogs, for 100 bits. Math puns are the first sign of madness. I agree. You know what? Trigonometry is one of the only math things that for some reason I really struggled with. That was the first wall I hit with math, and then we moved to Canada and I couldn't keep up with the changing curriculum. But until then, I was really, really good at math, and yeah, just something about trigonometry, man. I just couldn't keep it all, the order of things in my head, and it's really simple. Like, I know it, and there were some days I could do it, but there was just something about cos, sine, and tan that I just couldn't keep it straight all the time, just for some reason. Just not there. I really think the way trig is taught is just insane. Maybe that's why then. Maybe that's why. Algebra, no problem. I really like algebra. I like it, but yeah, trigonometry for whatever reason just couldn't do it. Are you triggered by it? The quadratic equation was the most I've ever had in school because it actually challenged me and interested me. Yeah, like those equations were interesting. It's like a puzzle, right? Like, I really like the puzzle aspect of math with equations. But like, yeah, there's just something about trigonometry. I still passed the test. I was able to learn it long enough to pass the test and did well, but that was the only thing I struggled with. Sokatoa. Lindelof has resubscribed for 14 months with hey Lindelof. Good to see a fellow Chiaki fan. What do you think about that, Chili? Thank you very much. And last but not least, Minodev for the 19-month resub with no message, so we'll just say thank you. Maybe an honorary clawfist? Clawfist. Thank you, Minodev. Alright, so we're more than halfway done the questions, so I think next Friday we'll get closer. Maybe we'll finish next Friday, but we're going to do this every Friday anyway, but we should probably try and keep it around 3 hours instead of, I think we've been live for 4.5.
I think 4, because we started a little after 11. So
yeah, so about
we weren't
4.
right at 11.
So I'd like to keep it around 3 hours. Anyway, so as always, sorry for oversharing, and we'll see you next time if you're around for next Friday. We'll be back on Tuesday with Code Vein. I don't know if we're gonna play this next week. I kind of want to finish it. I kind of want to figure it out. But maybe we'll play Noida instead. I don't know. I don't know if Noida is a good game for Q&As because I'll get distracted by it a little bit more. I don't know. Ralph Cogs, for 900 bits, if you get the right angle on Trig, you could finally corner it. Yep, there we go. These puns are getting crazy. Oh, I think his puns are acute. A cute pun.
A cute pun. Very cute.
That was a cute pun. I joined the stream super late, but I enjoyed it so much. Thanks to you guys. Oh, that's good to hear, Fuzzy Duck. Hope you have a good night. See, Ralph Hogs likes to give the puns, but he also likes to appreciate
he
the
likes
puns.
to take them too.
Yeah. Anyway, see you guys later. Have a good weekend.
Good night, everybody.
Where's OBS hiding?
Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, 4 hours and 20 minutes. Oh, there we go. See you later.